Hi, everyone, and welcome to the BI Livecast series. My name is Izzy Clavlu, and I'm on the client success team here at Brand Innovators. Thank you all for joining us today for day 2 of our Brand Innovators 10th Anniversary Summit. Yesterday, we kicked off our programming to celebrate this milestone with some truly incredible marketers who are leading forces behind their brands, including Walmart, E-Trade, Cadillac, Nissan, and Electronic Arts. I'm honored to be opening today's event as we have another exceptional lineup of speakers from brands such as Volkswagen, Frito-Lay, Discovery, Mattel, Bojangles, and H-E-B, who will be sharing their stories with us, as well as their 10-year outlook on the industry, their brand, and more. We encourage you to engage with today's speakers by asking questions through the chat widget, as well as on Twitter and LinkedIn using the hashtag BILivecast. Before we get things started, we would like to share a quick highlight reel of our recent media buying summit.
We are thrilled to have you joining us for our latest and greatest marquee event, the Brand Innovators 2021 Media Buying Summit.
Welcome, everyone. Let's get started.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so excited about this show. All right, so I'm back.
I have 2 dogs too, so they might want to join the party later.
We have a truly fantastic program planned for you with what I would say is an epic group of speakers, senior media buyers, and marketing leadership from some of the world's biggest brands.
We looked at media more holistically than ever. Consumers don't necessarily know the difference between a paid side of the house versus an influencer, creative versus organic. To them, it all looks like your brand, it's your advertising.
It's another thing when you have a brand that's 50 years old that people think of as a brick and mortar retailer, and you've got to figure out how you're going to tell a story to get them to rethink and create a moment of reconsideration for your brand.
So again, how do we use data? We looked at regionally, where do we have inventory? Because for a while, we stopped making cars and we started making ventilators and masks. First of all, there was a lot of people who really wanted cars because it's your own personal space. Spending really went way back up. And so like at the end of the year, we were back at like our normal budget levels and launching the Escalade.
What we decided that we were going to define content commerce as shortening the distance between inspiration and purchase. It does away with that kind of multi-step, lengthier sequence of product searching, researching. And I think what's really interesting about this space is that these kind of micro moments of discovery are happening more and more in your social feed and through short form video that you're interacting with.
There's just too much now, too much clutter. We've gone from 30-second ads to now 15-second ads and 6-second ads. So I feel like that is an opportunity for us to reset the balance here. And I feel like that's a huge opportunity and to create, I think, a much better ad experience.
I will always recommend that you want to have the people who work on your business to be as close to dedicated on your business as you possibly can. If you know that they're working for you, then their priorities aren't split.
Being on the streets, connecting with our consumers is critical. So we have a division structure that enables and empowers our local teams to make decisions based on what is right for their market.
Like many other brands, we just had to adapt to make sure that we're meeting customer needs, as well as their changing media consumption habits, right? So fortunately for us, last year, our various creative agencies and media agencies and partners were just very accommodating as we were trying to navigate those challenges.
I think 2021 will be a very interesting year as we all kind of learn and understand the new dynamics at play and how they impact all of our respective businesses.
Wow, that was really, I love that sizzle reel. It's just a great look back at an example of some of the really amazing work a lot of the marketing leaders are doing. So thank you all for tuning in and participating. And without further ado, I am so thrilled to welcome the host of the day, Davina Kent, the Senior Vice President of Client Partnerships at Ampersand. Welcome, Davina. I think we have, there we go.
Got it. Whoa, a little hiccup there, right, to start off the day. Thanks, Izzy. Awesome. Well, Ampersand is really excited to sponsor today's session. So welcome to Brand Innovators' 10th anniversary. To celebrate the success of Brand Innovators over the last 10 years, we're going to hear from leading marketers today to share their stories of how marketing has evolved over the last 10 years and where we are going over the next 10 years to come. So Ampersand specifically, before we kick off the today's session, I wanted to talk a little bit about Ampersand and our mission to really partner with marketers and their agencies to help them navigate this evolution. It all starts with the consumer and capturing their attention as habits evolve, especially when it comes to TV and consumer purchase behavior. 10 years ago, 90% of TV budgets went to linear TV as a key driver in capturing consumers' attention. Going forward, as you know, we've all seen over the last year with the advent, with all of the streaming applications and all of the fragmentation of viewership, this is really just the beginning of a new age for us and how, as marketers, we should be embracing this new world. So to really tackle this challenge, you really need to understand it first. And at Ampersand, we have over 40 million households with over 100 million TVs that we can measure and have insights from all of the data off of these TVs. And so with that, we like to use that data to arm marketers with insights that can power Ampersand media optimization activations across one of the largest portfolios of premium content, from anyone from CNN to Tubi to Roku, just to name a few. So when working with brands, we focus on overall campaign reach as an important indicator. Looking at this metric monthly, we've seen that linear TV on average has decreased by 23% for a given campaign. That's pretty substantial when linear TV is the primary tactic in your marketing efforts. The other challenge is that reach plateaus pretty quickly. We have an example where one advertiser, 60% of their TV budget went to just increasing reach by 5 percentage points. That's a lot of waste. So tune in after today, after we hear from our guests, and I'll share some of the case studies of how we're partnering with marketers to help them achieve incremental reach to their TV efforts. I'll show more metrics on some of these successes. So for now, what I want to do is focus your efforts on Marty and Kimberly. Kimberly from Volkswagen and Marty are lead on the auto category at Ampersand. So they'll be joining here in a second. Kimberly has had a very broad experience in the auto industry. She was most recently at Mitsubishi, and she's held other large roles at automotive companies. So I'll let Marty take it from here. Hi, guys.
Hey there, Davina.
Hey there.
Thank you. Hi, Kimberly, and thank you, everyone. We appreciate the time and you tuning in to join us. So as Davina said, I lead the auto partnerships team for Ampersand, and our role is to partner with marketers, specifically in the auto sector, across all tiers, to use the data and the extensive set that we have that Davina mentioned to identify auto consumers and connect them with auto brands and dealer groups wherever they are in the consumer journey. That's something we're going to talk about today. Kimberly's got a lot of interesting ideas on how we approach the consumer journey. And so we want to jump into it and hear from Kimberly. As I'm sure you all know, but I'll introduce nonetheless. Kimberly is the Senior Vice President and CMO of Volkswagen of America. And so we're here to talk about the dynamic and impact that she's having on Volkswagen in a fairly short amount of time, and all of it in the context of where we are currently in the state of marketing, and then how she's approaching the next 10 years for this automaker. So I will begin. Kimberly, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, great to be with you, Marty, and thanks to Brand Innovators for hosting. It's exciting stuff.
Yes, it absolutely is, and I love this topic. It's particularly appropriate given, I think, what folks will learn if they don't already know about your approach, which is refreshing and innovative, and how you're applying that to Volkswagen. So we wanted to start, I think, with sort of level setting on where the industry is right now, both the automotive industry and in particular marketing, and then as a corollary, the media industry, and what that says about the consumer, about how you go to market, and then what it tells us about the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's goes without saying, it's such an exciting time. I think the last 12 to 18 months, depending on where you are with COVID and everything that's gone on, everything in marketing, I think, has really changed, right? How we identify our messages, how we go to market differently, how we talk to customers, where we show up and how we show up. The whole retail experience has obviously been transformed practically overnight. So, I know there's been a lot of discussion about that. And I'm really excited now to figure out, okay, how do we come out of this moment in time and not go back, right? So I've as we were preparing for this conversation, I'm thinking about not only just where we need to make continual pivots in all of our ways that we go to market, but also then how do we want to make sure that if we go from like the from and the to, that we go to the to and then beyond, if you will. So, if we do things like, for example, in automotive marketing, we launch cars, right? That's what we do. Right. And so, which is great. But a lot of times we'll launch in what we call leave, or launch and abandon. So how can we use COVID as a moment to say, it's the old playbook of launching a vehicle and then going to the next thing and then going to the next thing. Consumers are in market all the time, and we need to show up all the time. Mm-hmm. So that's just one example for me of taking kind of a page from a new playbook and going forward, and how we work with our agencies, how we work with our partners.
That raises a good point, because the benefit of the crisis that we went through last year is that it accelerated a lot of trends that we had been talking about, trying to implement, but were sort of rooted in the past. And this accelerated us, many years forward. How do you keep that momentum going when there's still this gravitational pull, right, to standard practices and processes and approaches that many good intentioned marketers and agencies are drawn to?
Yeah, well, and I think it's an interesting time coming out of COVID too, with the summer, where you have a lot of folks that may not want to spend so much time in front of screens. They want to be out and about. So how do we make sure that we stay more mobile in our messaging, for example? How do we make sure that retail is very flexible? Because some people may be very comfortable and looking forward to going back into stores and spending hours in a dealership, in our case. And then many folks will say, well, I really prefer to do a lot of my research still at home. I'd like to come by and schedule a test drive at a certain time and have a more condensed experience. So, I think really it's what I tell dealers especially is just listen to your customers, which sounds so basic, but depending on where you are in the country, depending on your own experience and what you're comfortable with, meet the customers where they really are. And if they want you to come to them, that's great. If they want you to, do things differently, and digital retailing, for example, has taken off in a big way in our industry, you need to be there. Yes. So, and that means listening to customers a lot more than maybe what we're used to.
So how have they responded? How have the dealers responded to this, to what you're talking about?
Well, I think, if I'll give one thing to dealers, they're entrepreneurs, right? So they're very much their own business people. And I think that one of the things that I've heard them say a lot through COVID is, it accelerated things a lot more quickly than they would have expected. Some of them really still believe in the brick and mortar traditional model. But I've also heard a lot more of them say that, they are entrepreneurs and they need to be successful, and they need to pivot, and they need to be where their customers need them to be. Now, has change happened overnight? Not at all. Has it changed since COVID? Oh yeah, absolutely. In some ways, even the most more traditional focused dealers, I think, have made some really great changes. Now, like you said, it's not swinging back to the way things were. How do we actually take this as a fantastic moment in time? It's like the good and the bad. The bad with COVID is obvious. It's completely changed everything. But on the good side, we appreciate so much more. We look at the world differently. And so even something like getting behind the wheel of a car and being in your own vehicle and being able to do experiences through COVID has changed the very nature of car ownership. And I tell dealers, listening and learning from your customers now and how they see their personal transportation, it's kind of reinvigorating, and use this as that opportunity to say, okay, I don't want to go back. Who wants to go back? We want to go forward. Let's do that.
I think that's exactly right. And if there are any who do want to go back, this kind of thing tends to weed those things out, because, as you say, consumers have a lot more control, a lot more choices in how to buy a car and how to consume media. And I think our industries have parallel paths in terms of listening to those consumers, and, as you said, meeting them where they are. There's actually you have a visual that I think would probably set us up pretty well for this talk, and then how we're shifting to the next 10 years. So if the Brand Innovators people could just cue that up, we'll show it to everyone.
That would be great. If technology cooperates, right?
Yep.
Can they?
And if it doesn't,
that's okay.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Let's go to the next slide and just go into full screen, and that's the one we want.
Okay, so talk about this.
Yeah. And again, I mean, everyone on the line here knows these things all too well, but this is something that now, in terms of talking to dealers and talking to our agency folks, we just want to make sure that we level set. And we know 2020 accelerated so much change in terms of the customer, in terms of how we go to market. Attention span, as we've all known for the last 12 to 18 months, it's really ebbed and flowed. I think, we've been glued to our digital screens in so many ways. So attention, and more importantly for our industry, intention, I think is something that we have to be very diverse in our thinking. In other words, what I mean by that is, it's not going to be a 30-second spot or a 15 or a 6 or even a social media scroll as a one-size-fits-all. So rather than saying, here's my message and how do I make sure I reach everybody in every channel, think through a journey more about how to be helpful to people and where to show up. And then what's the right cadence for the right message given where they are in that journey? Are they just starting versus if they are closer to purchase? Media obviously never been more fragmented. So I think it goes without saying that, as more digital media has really taken hold with consumers, both young and old, which is exciting again for auto, I think what we're seeing is a really great opportunity now to, again, go to market in a very different way and really show up for customers. Given that fragmentation has happened, take that into account when you talk about your product. Take that into account when you choose how to work with a partner, and maybe not as one moment in time, but again, thinking about that more holistically, and thinking about that with a media partner that might be able to do content for you, that might be able to do a mobile execution, that might be able to do, in our case, an AR or VR solution of some sort, so that one partner can actually help you see that whole journey across that and maybe reduce some of that fragmentation. And then obviously customers' experiences and their expectations are incredibly high right now. And what they're looking for brands is not just, showing up with a message, but actually helping them to make it easier. And especially now with us being able to get out a little bit more and enjoy the summer, hopefully, knock on wood, a little bit more than certainly last year, what does that really look like for customers in terms of meeting them and meeting their needs where they're at? So, and then finally, with e-commerce, and how do we build more fluid and seamless solutions? This is where I think we've got the most room to really grow. And I don't mean that just in terms of our case of digital retailing or advertising, but really across every touch point of the customer experience.
Yeah, tell us more about that, because it is I think there's one of the things you're speaking to is a building the relationship with customers, or taking the approach that that media and advertising is part of that relationship that they have with
Yeah.
right?
No,
And-
absolutely.
And that is a direct connection to their relationship with the brand in digital research, whether it's on your platform or in endemic sites or their conversations with dealers. And so, how do you approach those things as a holistic piece of holistic platform for that relationship, and make sure that it's the right combination of interaction, not too little, and then of course not too much.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see a customer journey, kind of a visual here that talks through all those key touch points. I think if we can just push that through one more slide, that'd be great. Awesome. So again, this won't be new to marketers on the line. You know, we've all gone through plenty of customer journey, mapping exercises to try to figure out what that journey needs to look like for our individual customer needs. But one of the things that we've started to look through is not only how do we make sure we have all of our bases covered, but we literally take a customer as if we were mystery shopping. You know, we talk about mystery shopping as maybe for us going to a dealership and understanding that experience, but really mystery shopping from the very beginning. So what are those first few questions in search, for example, that people will ask about? What is it that they want to know in terms of understanding what their options are, what they can afford, what sorts of channels would make the most sense to show up across different steps from left to right? And again, it's not linear, it's just more of an example, but how do we really make sure that with each and every partner that we meet with and we talk to, that we show them this as this is how we want your ideas to be shared with us, how we want you to pitch thoughts around showing up and being there and having conversations with consumers and interactions with consumers, not just moments in time where we show up and have a message and say something, but they're not connected, right? And a journey, unlike the funnel, I know we've talked about this a little bit in our briefing call, and I've talked a lot about this, as people know, over the years. You know, the old school funnel has had its place, and it's one of those things that will probably be around for many more dozens of hundreds of years, as long as it's been around since the 1800s. But I think one of the things that when you do that funnel thinking, right, is it doesn't really lead to a seamless kind of a approach going step by step for a customer in a moment in time, right? Like the journey does. So Margie, you're looking at buying a vehicle. What do those signals start to look like early on? Looks like you're looking for an SUV, looks like you're looking for a third row, looks like that you've got certain things that you're all-wheel drive potentially, or what your particular needs are. And so we want to follow that through, right, with different partners. And I use that in part of the briefing process, like I said, with our agency PhD, to go to market and say, every idea we get, whether it's from Facebook or Google or Amazon or NBCU or across the board, right? We would love for you to think that through in the context of how to think about what you can offer. So not just spots and dots for advertising, but what are real experiences that you can see your consumers that follow your channels, what would they like to see? How do they want us to show up? And if you go to the next slide, as where we're kind of thinking that through, this is what we did for ID4 over the past couple of months. We literally took our partner agencies through and our potential partners through this exercise of where do they fit in? How do they make sure that they can help us with those moments in time? And then we kind of litmus tested this again. So does this really meet the needs of a customer in terms of really shopping from each and every step of that process, and do we make it easy? In other words, does it feel like a dynamic journey where no matter where you are, you're getting your questions answered, you're getting the help that you need, right? The information is there for you, and we make it easy. We remove some of those friction points along the way. And then when we put all the partners against it, you can see here how that kind of mapped out in the end in terms of making sure we have all those different steps covered.
Yeah, and looking at this, when you showed it to me, one of the things I was struck by is that it certainly paints the picture, as in the previous slide, that the consumer journey is not linear in the least, right? Let alone a funnel, right? I mean, you had a saying, nobody wants to be put in a funnel, which is brilliant, right? Because you're right, that doesn't paint a good picture, and it's not accurate, right? Consumers come in and out of the marketplace. Their journey is at varying lengths depending on their situation and their likes. And we know that that loyalty is whereas maybe at an all-time high in certain sectors, the nature of the digital universe providing access to information and research and touch points creates a lot of opportunity for switching brands. One thing I found interesting in this is that you're not only following that journey through a stage, but also plugging in media partners at various places, not just where their sort of corner of the world is defined at, whereas, broadcast network, cable, upper funnel, and shopper, final search, endemic at a lower funnel. You're plugging in throughout. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, and again, I think this is something that our agency folks at PhD really embraced early on when I came on board, was that it's helpful for us to think about a customer journey, but if we actually really map out each and every piece of an engagement with a partner across that, you can soon see where it is that we have maybe opportunities, where we have gaps, and where maybe we wouldn't have thought partners could help us.
Yeah.
Maybe that we only think of, for example, in NBCU, we only think of them in terms of broadcast and cable and OTT and FEP programming only in that way. We wouldn't have maybe thought of them as, now how can they take people from that living room kind of watching experience to something that brings our car to life, and then they take action, and then they go potentially buy a vehicle. So I think a lot of partners love the fact that we were able to kind of map this out with them and look through and find opportunities that maybe they could extend their knowledge and understanding of a customer and the experience. And the other thing we talked about is how do they then complement and work with other partners? So fewer, better, and smarter kind of ways of interacting with different partners to make sure that we are showing up, and like I said, that we're helpful to those customers along the way. So I think that just lent itself to more creative ideas across the journey.
You're right, more creative and more customer centric, right? Because our belief at Ampersand is one of transparency. In our case, with regard to data measurement, attribution, across the entire process, right? And that, I think, is becoming much more common or embraced more by the industry, as we all really want the same things. We all really want this seamless, appropriate connection to consumers in a way that meets them where they are, as you say, but provides us with knowledge about how that interaction is going, not just a one-way transference. So how do you use customer data, third-party data, your partners' data connections to help inform a campaign like this?
Yeah, well, one of the things that I didn't mention earlier is that, again, going back to the funnel thinking around awareness and consideration, with the exception of ID4, to a certain extent, we're more about awareness, of course. It's a brand new EV SUV. Electrification is at a tipping point. We really need to be more broad with our messaging. We're very much more about consideration. And so with that comes more of an in-market and a near-market audience. So to your point, every single partner that we talk to, every single channel, every single opportunity has to have the ability for us to be able to say, how do we find those in-market customers? How do we look at bulk data? How do we bring in other sources of information to understand what is that household looking for? What are they cross-shopping? What types of, obviously, media are they watching? And how do we show up one place? And then with that journey in mind, how do we make sure we show up in another place and another place? Because our category isn't one where you see one message and you go to the dealership. I would love it if that were the case, but that's really not the way things work. People need more time. It truly is a journey for us, and it takes some folks weeks and weeks, sometimes months, to make a decision. So if we don't start with the right data and the right customer in mind in the beginning, we don't have that access to that customer that's going to be in market, the dollars that we're investing as we go through that journey don't make sense. The ROI just won't be there. So we already start with all of our partners. Do you have a data-driven layer to make sure that we can actually target those in-market customers up front, regardless of what channel or what offering you actually have? And then starting from there, how do we make sure we follow that to see who's interacting, Why are they interacting? What's interesting to them? How can we retarget them within your channel or your platform for more conversations? So we follow, again, smaller number of partners, but more thoughtfully along that journey with them. And data is a huge part of that. We don't want to show up and not be helpful or give them information that's not going to be relevant to where they're at. So super, super important for us as we focus on consideration.
That's excellent. This, I also I took from this is something you'd said in a previous interview where you take inspiration from companies outside of the auto industry, and in particular, the digital world and specifically DTC brands. So talk about how that's influenced your decisions with Volkswagen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's something even pre-COVID that digitally native brands and direct-to-consumer brands, I would envy them because they were able to have more direct conversations and shorten that time span between the time somebody expresses interest and then they actually go to the dealership to purchase. If we were able to take some of the best of digitally native brands and say, how can we not control the experience, but how do we take out the friction? And how do we have a more focused conversation with a consumer about how do we help them make a decision, identify which car is right for them, and then ultimately go and find that inventory and get that vehicle. That, every step along that way, wouldn't it be great if it were a closed, kind of not closed environment, but more of that direct-to-consumer mentality, not necessarily direct-to-consumer in practice, but that mentality of making sure we tell the story that we want to be able to tell, and we take out the friction. And one thing I love with those brands, even before COVID, like I said, is they just make it easy, right? And they make categories that may not have stood out before just more interesting, I think, and more fun. Like away with luggage. Who thought about luggage so much before?
Luggage,
and
mattresses.
Yeah, mattresses with Casper, etc. So, and eyeglasses with Warby Parker back in the day, many years ago. But now, fast forward, and really every brand has to be an e-commerce brand of some kind, right? You have to have some type of offering, even if it's just a remote pickup or it's a remote test drive, or in our case, setting up appointments virtually, things like that. You need to be able to meet the customer where they are. So we've been able to take more of those lessons, I think, more easily now. And we've started to look at that for ID4, and how do we, with a reservation system up front, how do we learn from what the customer is looking for, help them make that decision quicker, hand them off to a dealer, and then give them the delivery of the vehicle. So a lot more time spent learning from those types of non-auto brands on how they do customer acquisition, delivery of the product, and then ultimately how do they communicate in a more direct and succinct way, given kind of the complexity of our industry.
So let's take that. I think that's a good segue into the EV marketplace. I think we can probably take this down.
Yeah.
Just go to us and a couple things you said I thought were interesting. One is that the approach of the campaign is one of an EV, an electric vehicle for people, right? That up until now, EVs, whether intentional or just by nature of cost, have been sort of marketed to millionaires, right? And so the Volkswagen is taking the approach that before it can change the world, right? Before it can do great things for the environment and change mobility, it's got to change your world. So how have you approached that is one question I have. And then a follow-up to that would be, how do you identify and market consumers for a segment that's still nascent, right? That you're a part of growing in essence.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the first question really is, how do we show up in a way where consumers will feel like it's relevant to them? With EV, like you said before, particularly with Tesla and other makes that felt like maybe it was out of reach or was only for the select few, so the Silicon Valley mentality where that started. Obviously now it's diversified and lots more people drive those vehicles. But what I hear is like, oh, that's for someone else. EVs wouldn't be for me. So that message of before it can really change the greater kind of picture, it's got to be relevant to you. By definition, then we have to know those audiences better. And so how we've approached it is people that are already EV established as one segment. So those folks that have already maybe had an EV or had a PHEV before. People that are going to be EV primed. So they're ready, but they weren't ready necessarily for, or there wasn't a vehicle, I should say, that was right for them. So for whatever reason, Tesla wasn't meeting their needs, but they still are very much ready and willing to buy an EV. And then EV Open. So people that are like, well, okay, maybe not quite yet, but I'm interested and I'd like to learn more. And so between established, primed, and open is really how we looked at changing your world, depending on where you are and how much information you're going to need. Is it more SUV? And this is a real car for real people with families that have commutes, that may not know much about infrastructure and charging. So we start with really what's your vehicle needs first and foremost. And I hate to say it, but this is really positioned as a car for everyone. It's a regular car. It's an SUV body style. It's very, very versatile. It's very intelligent. It's got features in it that you can talk to it, like, hello ID, I'm cold, and it will turn on heat for you. So it's meant to be intuitive and fun. It's meant to be approachable, which I think Volkswagen as a brand is really all about. So I think, again, much like the journey thinking the way it's got to change your world first, really encourages us as leaders in the industry to think, how do I make something relevant to you as an individual? And then how do I ladder that up to something bigger and better, which we all know will happen as electrification continues to really just grow and, take hold.
So how's the response been? You've launched it this year, and it's a lot of investment behind it, and as we saw, a very interesting approach to the campaign. What are you seeing so far?
Yeah, it's great. It reminds me a lot of vehicles that I've worked on in the past that were kind of first to market as something that could really be seen. And again, I'm going to put this in air quotes, but a real car that people love the drive of it. They love the response of it. They love it so intuitive. It's easy. It feels and looks a little bit like a spaceship inside, but it's actually more like the Jetsons style of a spaceship. In other words, it just seems cool and fun. It doesn't seem like there's too much tech or it's too much work to be able to figure out how to understand features and how to learn from it and drive it. They love all that. We get 3 years of charging with Electrify America, so we make it a little easier for them to start to look at how they charge. So that's super, super helpful. But I think a lot of folks just are excited because they see this car as a tipping point. Yes. And they see it as, it's not a one-off, but if it's as easy as this, they'd love to see more EVs on the road. So across the board, different age groups, folks that are really into EVs, folks that are brand new to EVs really like the car.
Yeah. And you've sold out, right? Early reservations?
Yeah. Yeah, basically for the next several months. So we'll see.
Will there be any impact because of the chip shortage on that launch and release to consumers?
No, we've been fortunate on that one. It's impacting obviously the entire industry and some of our lineup, but for now, knock on wood, ID4 continues. So it's good.
That's a headline right there. A lot of vehicles are not.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing, I was hoping this would come up in a question, but I'm going to ask it just in case. What was the thinking behind the brilliant thinking, I think, behind the ID4 spot in the first break of the SNL hosted by Elon Musk?
Well, I think that was kind of a fun way for us to take a little bit of a poke at Tesla. So, and it seemed like obviously we were not the only ones that did that.
No,
and
we were the first.
It's kind of fun.
It was
exactly.
Yeah, it's I as a consumer, I've loved it, and because of where Tesla is as this sort of pioneer in the space, but still, as you said, a bit of an aspirational brand with a leader who's at once visionary and dynamic, and at other times just off the charts, right? Yeah. And we saw that obviously in the show, but that's what I looked at it as sort of teeing up it was a perfect environment where viewers were teed up for the idea, and ID4 is like the application. This is the killer app that maybe Tesla doesn't yet have. So
yeah, but again, it's exciting for the whole industry. I think it's like we talked about, the next 10 years of marketing, so much changes on the horizon. I think a good moment in time for us to leave the legacy thinking behind and start fresh and start in some really fun new ways. And electrification hitting that mark around the same point in time, I think, is really a fantastic opportunity.
Excellent. So I think we have a few more minutes. If not, somebody alert me. One thing you've said, and this may be backing up a little bit, but you came from Mitsubishi, right? Most directly. You've been at a number of car makers over the years, but you came from Mitsubishi, and you talked about that being a challenger brand, but that you brought a lot of that same attitude of challenging to Volkswagen. How does that play out in your approach?
Yeah, well, and even though Volkswagen is obviously a massive brand globally, here in the US with a 2.3 or so percent, 2.5% market share at the moment, we are a challenger brand for all intents and purposes, at least in the consumer's mind. So what I love about challenger mentality is it allows you and gives you permission to not only look outside the category for inspiration, but you have permission to try things that might be a bit different. And that's okay, right? It's kind of expected. It's like other brands will kind of stay the course, but if anybody's going to change things up and change the language of how we talk about, trims and different car levels, maybe change up experiences on a website, maybe look at social a bit differently, try something fun on TikTok, stay tuned for that. Differently, it would hopefully be Volkswagen. So I think it allows you a creative canvas to work with as a challenger, because by definition, you should be challenging norms and challenging some legacy thinking. So talk about the next 10 years and what we can look forward to. So it's fun to be part of a challenger brand in that regard.
Yeah, that is, and we love it as media partners and consumers. How do your folks in the home office in Germany respond to that? Because as you said, Volkswagen is the massive brand provider around the world, and obviously your approach is probably a little different than theirs is in other countries.
Yeah, but I think they, talk about data. We share a ton of data back with them in terms of what consumers are considering, thinking, attitudes towards the brand, how that's changing, how we need to do things differently. We need to show up, and everybody's pinched for a budget now. Everybody's trying to reach the same consumers. The market is crazy right now. It's very active. So, I think what Germany is looking at is, okay, if you're going to do things a bit differently, what does that look like in terms of making sure that we deliver on a global, result, and that we maybe can even learn from that? Because I think profitability, I think pressure on resources and budget is something that globally every brand at some level is feeling, right? We're a mature industry, that's going to happen. So what can we learn from some of these test and learn opportunities in the US that maybe other markets can take as a way for them to apply some of that to their own markets? And so I think that's going to be something that going forward is going to be even more important for global.
Love it. That's a great point. It's I always found global marketing an interesting thing, considering how much different consumers are and markets are and vehicles are across the globe. It almost seems like an impossible thing, but when looked at it as best practices taken from different parts of the world and applied, it can create brilliant results.
Yeah, I noticed one of the questions that we had, I saw a couple of questions come in. One was about how do more mature or older brands jump onto some of these new platforms like TikTok, for example, and how to show up in the right way. And I think that's a fantastic question, because I think it's going to be one, as we see more diversity of different channels and platforms coming online. It's the question kind of is, well, how do we show up in the right way? What do we do? What's our strategy? And one of the things I encourage marketers to do, especially in auto, is where you're new to it, become a consumer first, like start from there, learn the platform yourself, see what they're doing. And I think one thing that's surprising on TikTok is just one example, since we're working on something with them at the moment for ID4, the preconceived notion that that's for you folks, that's for younger folks only. What I love about TikTok is it's approachable for all ages. And the content itself is not meant to be an advertising moment in time. It's really meant to be more of a learning opportunity or entertainment, and in its pure and most, I think, fun sense. So spend time on the platform yourself, be a consumer, go through a little bit of that journey, and then you learn too, okay, now I found you on TikTok, where do I go from there? And do you make sure that that same, if it's a fun, interesting way to present content or a message, how do you carry that forward? So if that customer goes to your website, or if they get a message from you later, that it feels like it's coming from the same place, and it's not like, oh, that's only for that channel, and then you kind of go back to more of a traditional way of talking to a consumer. So
that's interesting. That sort of gets into the idea of sequential messaging. Is that something that you're trying to approach? And
yeah, absolutely.
You manage that.
Yeah, and again, journey planning, right? If you have that journey in front of you, like we do with our content as well as our media, you have to start off and follow that. You know, a funnel might say, okay, I've got general awareness messages, and then I've got intention messages and go buy messages. But if you have a journey, right, it's going to be, I think, more helpful way for you to see, pique your interest, have a conversation. What are you looking for? Where are you going? And then making sure that that's how you, like I said, show up, if you will, in different ways across different channels, more authentically and more deliberately.
Right. So along those lines, how from a one-to-one perspective, once you've identified consumers and they're, say, closer to the purchase or even not purchasing, right? How do you interact with them one-to-one? What do you employ in order to do that more personal messaging?
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think CRM has been something that we have kind of, I don't want to say taken for granted, but now we're looking at it as this is really a fantastic opportunity for us to have more opt-in type of content. So rather than saying, you know, come to our website, submit a lead, or become a hand raiser, how do we actually prompt you in social, in search, and other channels to then sign up for content that might be relevant to you? And then how do we make sure we have that content baked in advance for ID4, for example, for audiences that are kind of interested all the way through purchase, all those questions that we gather, then we form content to answer those questions, from infrastructure, charging, maintenance, all those kinds of things. So then we actually have like a newspaper or a curriculum or something where you have to actually plan out content to make sense from A to B, that we put that journey sort of thinking into it. And it seems to be working pretty well.
Excellent. A couple other questions on here. I thought this was interesting. Can you give us an idea of how you've shifted your media channels plan over the last 2 months? I think you've talked about the partners you've worked with. Obviously, we saw visual. What have you changed, without necessarily calling out anyone, but what have you changed versus how things were done prior to your joining?
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'm trying to figure out now is we pivot more and we try to figure out not just a big launch, but how do we sustain over time, is briefing more one-on-one with partners, where we're giving them more insights into our thinking, not only just for the launch of the car, but then beyond that. And so when they come up with ideas, we want ideas to pique people's interest initially, but then how do you help us sustain that, and how do you help us create that longer term relationship with that customer in your channel or in your platform? So that's one way to think about it. Less RFP kind of back and forth with proposals, spending so much time there, as more, let's just make sure that we nail the message, we nail the timing, we nail the customer, and we talk through what a journey would look like with your platform, right? How do you maybe help us to connect those dots better?
Right. So the one-dimensional media partner is less useful than those that plug in at various stages and can apply.
Yeah, and I think too, if you offer one thing in particular, it's not a bad thing. But the other thing I work with PhD on is then how do we create a smaller kind of a coalition of partners whose capabilities play off each other.
Yes, right. Makes sense.
Yeah. Looks like Davina's back in, so our time is up.
I guess so. This has been a lovely conversation. We really appreciate it. It's been nice chatting with you over the last several weeks. And I want to say, as a small piece of this automotive industry, we're thrilled that you're doing what you're doing at Volkswagen, and both for Volkswagen and for the industry. So thank you very much, and thanks for the time today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Great session, you guys. Thanks so much. I love the simplicity, Kimberly, of your dealer conversations around just meet the customers where they really are. essentially where they are in the journey, and it's no longer a funnel. I did look up just a fun fact, just in the theme of 10 years back and 10 years forward. 10 years ago, you talked about the D2C brands, right? 10 years ago, who'd have thought we would have been buying mattresses or meals or orthodontics online? But a fun fact, 1 million units sold of electric vehicles 10 years ago, and today it's around 10 million. And I'm sure we expect that to be exponentially more as we go forward. So thanks for keeping relevant. So with that, I don't think we have any more questions. So I think now I'm going to introduce the next speaker. So thanks, Kimberly. Good to see you. And the next speaker is from Frito-Lay, Rachel Fernando, who's the SVP and Chief Marketing Officer at Frito-Lay. And joining her is Jen Brenner from our team on the Client Partnerships team at Ampersand. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks for joining us. Hello, Jen.
Hello. Nice to see you again, Rachel. Hi, Davina. Nice to see you too.
All right, well, enjoy. I can't wait to hear your session and look forward to meeting you on the other end.
Thanks, Davina. Great. All right. Hi, Rachel. Nice to see you again. Yes, likewise. Thanks for having me. Of course. I know our theme is 10 years back and 10 years forward, but the very first question I think we should begin with is probably more top of mind for everybody, and it's around what pivots did Frito-Lay make in its last year and how it serves its consumers, through the pandemic. So right now we're talking 1 year back.
Yeah, wow. And what a year it's been. I mean, this has been a year unlike any other. And from my perspective, the disruption and the change has created in our world for a big corporation like ours with huge brands and reaching many consumers it's created an agility that I think we were aspiring to have, but it's sort of forced it. So I think that's certainly one of the positives that came out of it. But COVID really resulted for us in a real-time focus on the consumer and how Frito-Lay could make people's lives better. And it really starts with our purpose. And we've been talking for a while about what is the purpose that we serve. And our mission as PepsiCo and Frito-Lay is to create smiles, but what really creates a smile through our brands. And we truly landed on this notion that, yes, we sell snacks and we make great tasting snacks that satiate consumers. But truly, I talk about us being in the business of joy. We transform many moments of joy every day for many people in many moments. And when we stepped back and we said, wow, if our purpose is joy, gosh, does the world need joy now more than ever? And we were at the time, a year ago, our brands and our products were deemed as essential. So we really made a pivot and we said, well, our purpose has never been more relevant. So we're going to lean into that, and that's going to drive everything that we do. But we also switched our mindset and we said, well, we're essential. So what does that mean? That means we're not just about selling anymore, we're about serving. We're about moving from a sell to a serve mindset. And so all of our efforts became about people, about communities, about making sure we could serve in the best possible way. And we needed to do that as well because people were looking at us to trust us. They trust us incredibly. And it was amazing to see how consumers were concerned that, they wouldn't have access to us, to the products that they love. And so it really made us step up and think about how important it is to deliver on that brand trust and how to really deliver for communities at this time. And so, it forced us into that mindset. We took a much more active role. We leaned into our purpose like never before. And, we really acknowledged the role that we were serving at the time. And at the same time, really listening to the consumer like never before. So that was kind of, the context for what was happening and what drove us. And then, I just highlight what did that change for us? What sort of initiatives came out of that mindset? Well, first and foremost, we said if we're going to serve and we're essential, we got to make sure that consumers can get access as easy as they can. So within a month, we launched snacks.com, which is a direct to consumer way of accessing our products. They could get them within 2 days and they could get access to the portfolio. So I just use that as an example of how we leaned into joy, we leaned into our purpose, and that really has guided us. And frankly, that's, if anything, something that we will continue to double down on in the future.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love that. It sounds so simple, but it's really resonates, right? Simple joys and the fact that people need it now more than ever. Even in your recent campaigns, there's something on now like the Let's Summer, and how we need to make the idea of 2 summers into one, and how chips and dips and, you know, crunchy, salty snacks are like a critical component of how we define summer, right? And everything else. So I love all of that. It's bigger than it sounds, but in a lot of ways, it's very simple and very real. Right?
And I would just, well, thank you for noticing that. We love that. We love that.
I also love the music on the campaign. It really fits the tone. So I forgot the name of the artist. I actually looked it up, but yes, you captured the whole thing.
And I would just say that I talk about this a lot. I say we may be humble snacks, but we do have this big purpose in the everyday, because truly those little moments, and as you're saying, take summer as an example, gosh, are people wanting to come back together, to want to really celebrate? And if we can play a small, humble role in that, then that's what we'll do. And so that's exactly how we think about it, these smiles. How do we do that every day? And, you know, I think this pandemic has really helped us learn how to appreciate the simpler things in life, and our little simple, humble snacks have helped those mini moments. And so we feel, you know, proud, I think, that we've been able to serve that role during this pandemic.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. The next topic I would say is really along the lines of those consumer trends that have come out of 2020. You know, the fact that we are appreciating the simpler things in life, obviously, is one of them. What are some others that you feel have really emerged coming out of the past year and even maybe years prior?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I think, frankly, we're still discovering them. And I'll give some specific examples of the ones that we have seen. But what I would say is that the environment has never been more changing, more fluid, more dynamic. And what that means from my perspective is dynamism in marketing. It truly is about dynamic marketing more than ever. The rate of change has never been greater. Agility has never been more needed. And it's this reappraisal that I mentioned, I think, has created as a trend and an expectation that consumers are really looking for us to play an active role in serving communities and in their daily lives in whatever way they need you to and how it manifests itself. There's far more scrutiny now on what you are doing than what you are saying, and what you are doing that matches what you are saying. And consumers call you out more than ever. And so the expectations have changed. The expectations are higher. Authenticity is paramount. Brand trust is paramount. So COVID has really proved to us, I think, that consumers expect brands to take an active role and serve the communities that support them. And so, you know, we've really been thinking about how do we lean into some of these changes and these trends. And whilst there is going to be some return to, you know, previous behaviors, the consumer has evolved into this new normal. And we're really continuing, I think, to build capabilities that allow us to listen and learn quickly and help that inform and redirect the actions that we take, because of this notion of high expectation, authenticity, and dynamism that we're seeing in the external environment.
Yeah. I love this, and I love the actions speak louder than just the words and the awareness. Yes, we are all so much more in tune to, systemic racism and the needs to make it part of a conversation and inclusivity and diversity, but also the, community impact and sustainability and the notion of sustainability. And there's such a wide spectrum of really important things to talk about. But what I feel Frito-Lay and PepsiCo has been doing in general really well is taking action on those things and sharing with their consumers the stats and the actions taking, and the fact that progress and doing is a lot more important than just talking about it.
Yes.
One example of this, I think we alluded to it when we chatted prior, was your AAPI initiative around starting from the inside out, and how you took your employees and spoke to them and decided how you were going to approach it. Can you share a little bit on that initiative a little bit with everybody?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to. And I have to say, I mean, we've taken a lot of actions over the course of the last year, and even prior to, some of the catalytic effects we saw in the world. But I really believe that one of the things that has come out of all of this increased expectation is that you cannot look at it without really internalizing it. You can't be a part of it if you don't internalize it within your organization and in your beliefs and in truly how you think about things and how you act. And so when I thought about this in the case of the AAPI community, I said, if we're going to live our purpose, we need to do so from the inside out. And we need to stand up when we see injustice happening, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because we need to stand up on behalf of our incredible people, because we're all people. And our employees are the people that we're talking about as well in our external environment and communications. And so, and we're very proud of our employees at Frito-Lay and PepsiCo family. And, they really are the kind of greatness that you see in the world on the brands. They truly are the ones that make that happen. But the recent Asian hate crimes were very upsetting to our leadership and our employees. And I think I mentioned to you, Jen, when we spoke, we'd set up this cultural council, which was volunteer-based, which was really representing all ethnicities across our team. And it was really, they were there to help guide us and educate us on how people were feeling. And so we decided we wanted to find a way to offer a safe space for our employees to share their reactions and to experience, the internal dialogue. What were people saying? How are they feeling? And so we had this virtual roundtable, because we're still virtual, but it was an incredible experience because we heard, frankly, devastating stories of their own experiences of discrimination, what it felt like to be Asian American. And it was truly an eye-opening experience for everyone. And I came out of that session really thinking about, well, if we're going to live this purpose on the outside, inside, we've got to live it on the outside, and that's got to connect. And so we decided we wanted to do something to support this group. So within 2 weeks, we put a campaign in partnership with Viacom that featured our own employees. So they're kind of famous now, but it was amazing because we were able to really tell the story from the inside out. And they talked about what it meant for them to be Asian and American, which was all part of a larger initiative that we were doing as PepsiCo to contribute $1 million in support to the Asian American community. But they were featured. They told their own story.
You're doing that's behind all of the awareness. I mean, like you just quickly mentioned it, but it's with everything that you guys are putting out there as a brand, you also have action behind everything.
Yes. And that's very much the shift that we've made. It's no longer what you say, it's what you do. And do you match up to those actions? Does your actions match up to what you say? You quickly found out the sensitivity measure and the consumer environment has never been greater on that. So that was what we did. And the reaction externally was very positive, and we were happy about that. But honestly, the most rewarding thing was the internal reaction was overwhelming and even more gratifying. And, you know, the personal notes I received and just the conversation internally was incredibly rewarding, because we truly were living it from the inside out.
And that's a trend, obviously, that you, because of the gratification, because of the success and how good and authentic it feels, will continue into the future, obviously. So I love hearing about that. I touched over community impact and a lot of the things that you guys are also doing, Frito-Lay is doing to support local communities with regards to even like soccer programs and supporting, you know, Black-owned businesses and lots of, you know, big and small efforts. Can you touch a little bit on the community impact and how the brand sort of is using that and its strategies moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, the relationship is so back and forth, and that, you know, we are very grateful for the fan base that we have, and we truly have these incredible fans that love our brands with their household names, and we're in 94% of households. And when you think about that, that's kind of mind-blowing, actually. But what we quickly realized is that it is a relationship that is based on a bond that is about them enjoying us, but what are we doing then to give back? And how do we support and grow local communities? And when you are a company like ours that's truly all over the US, you know, you absolutely are touching so many communities at scale. It really does let us think about how do we really go much further than that. And so things like meal donations that we did on the onset of the pandemic, then building purpose more into the brands that allows us to sponsor programs. You know, one thing that we did, which was really amazing, was when we partnered with BET around Doritos Amplify Black Voices. We created a long-term partnership with Black Lives Matter to shine a spotlight on Black artists who are fighting for racial justice. So we actually handed over our outdoor advertising so that they could create their, it would give them a voice and they could create art and to express themselves. And that we put up across major cities across the US. So another example of kind of how we're supporting different types of communities. And then, you know, a lot of efforts around sustainability, just even within the Super Bowl, we'd leaned in much more to, in our classic Super Bowl moments, into giving people a moment of release from what is a very tense and anxious time. But we also complemented that with a meal donation program where we were sending meal kits to as many people as we could. So those are just some of the examples of the work that we've done. But, you know, I really think it's so important to value the relationship that you have with your consumer, such that it is kind of a positive spiral of, yes, we are grateful for how you enjoy us, and here's how we give back in support of the things that you care about. And I think staying very close to what communities care about is something that we're doing much more listening and learning about.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And you're taking that feedback, obviously, and using a lot of that and those tactics to shape, you know, how you move into, you know, some of the ways you communicate to your customers in the future, which is really great. You know, the next thing is really staying focused on the consumer, right? The consumer is more in control than ever before, specifically in regard to how they sort of receive and how and when they receive your brand message, right? And how they engage with it. How do you guys plan your media to really sort of fit into the consumer and how they're engaging with your messaging now?
Well, it's a really interesting time because there's been an acceleration in so many different things, whether it's, you know, people's subscribing to OTT and new subscription services that are, you know, because people were at home so much. And one of the things I would say, you asked me earlier, Jen, about trends. I mean, home as the hub is going to continue. Yes, people's mobility is increasing, but this notion that home is the new hub. And of course, all of these, because of that, it has changed the way people are consuming media. So we are seeing the eyeballs moving into OTT, into new ways of consuming content, and broadly how they're entertaining themselves. And actually, one of the learnings that we had in this crisis, beyond just the serve mindset and making sure that we were really providing consumers with what they want what they love about our brands, is we also took on a bit of a role in entertainment. And we said, actually, our brands are enjoy, they are truly fun, and and a lot of times we know that they can spark a moment of transition, emotional transition, where people can take a moment. Maybe they're feeling stressed and they can feel excited. And so we said, well, how can we lean into that entertainment mindset across what we do? And so things like how people are using mobile, how they're engaging in the social world. And so we've been expanding in those areas. But really, I think trying to see where the eyeballs are going, what sort of content is really engaging consumers, how do we think about being more of an entertainment system across media versus just how we would typically plan media, has been a bit of a shift for us. And we're still also evaluating, where's it going? Where is it going in the next 5 years? And how do we look ahead to that? And I think one of the big changes from a media landscape perspective that we've seen is retailer media networks, because e-com has accelerated massively. And you've got that dimension of where consumers truly are shopping now, and that's going to influence how we surround them with our content and our messaging and communications. But in addition to that, the expectations in digital have gone up, because what's interesting around how digital marketing and digital in general have democratized across many, many age groups, many, many types of consumers, that what that makes you realize is that their experience, because it's been so much more digital and so much more digitally enabled, they have expectations now of what those digital experiences need to be. Yeah. And I think we are now trying to innovate more and raise the game in how we create experiences on our brands. And I'll give you an example of what we did at Super Bowl this year, where we wanted to create an interaction for consumers at home. And so we partnered with Snapchat, where on Cheetos, you could actually snap to steal a bag of Cheetos from the Super Bowl commercial while it was running. And it's I know this sounds totally crazy. And we had 50,000 bags stolen. And I think it's the first example of truly, taking the engagement and the experience up, because this is what people are expecting. And they're being very discerning about where they create their platforms, where they choose, what content they're leaning into. And so expectations have gone up in that space as well. And it's just far more democratized than it's ever been.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you think about all of the different brands, right? I mean, everything from more mature giant brands, the Lay's, the Ruffles, the Cheetos, to maybe, and then you have maybe a little bit more niche, although they all seem to be pretty big, but things like, what is it, Simply and Smart Food. And so how do you give everybody proper attention and proper communication in the right place at the right time?
Yeah.
Then you throw in all of the fun new things like the bold and spices, or like the limited edition flavors, and the things that probably are resonating with your younger audiences to sort of create experiences around them and engage with your customers. I keep reading a lot about the new flavors. I have 2 young boys at home, and they're big gamers, and they are always very in tune to all of the new hot and spicy chips that they want me to buy for them. So can you speak a little bit about the younger generations and some of the fun things that you guys are doing with the brands to maybe reinvent or cultivate young audiences and conversations?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, first and foremost, what we know is that 82% of this generation are skipping ads. So you have to be more innovative in the way you think about connecting with them and making them aware of these kinds of new innovations or new kinds of snacking products that we're developing all the time. And so you've got to live on more innovative platforms. And especially if you want to get to these early adopters, because they very much are at the forefront of where the digital space is going. And so these are, and we know that 70% consume content on mobile. So what that also just, in the way you create content, if I'm looking at it on my big screen, I'm not in their world. So how do you even evaluate what works and what's needed? So these types of insights have really driven us to think about how we market when and where, and how to stay in lockstep with the audiences. And, a couple of examples of things that we've done in this space is, for this generation, particularly if you think about Gen Z, they are truly motivated by self-expression. It's really important to them as younger consumers, and you see that in the platforms themselves, whether it's the latest TikTok challenge or however they can express themselves in their way. And they're looking at brands that really appreciate that. And so we're trying to nurture those platforms to be a part of, and have these consumers be a part of the innovation that we do. And so when we were launching our Another Level creative strategy for Doritos, we actually said, well, if they're skipping ads, just doing an ad is probably not the way to go. And so we actually kind of created the anti-ad, where we created a brandless campaign, and we handed over our platforms. All that we had on the Instagram page was kind of a triangle, the Doritos triangle. So we truly went brandless, and then we asked them to sort of create on our behalf. And we said, hey, how do you show your love for Doritos? And go ahead and create. And that is an example, I think, of where we're really leaning into this generation. We're trying to understand what they value, and then we're trying to be much more consumer into how we think about the creative and the content, and then handing over some of the creativity to them so they can express themselves, because that's what they value.
Yeah. No, I love that. And it makes a ton of sense. How much of a role does your consumer data, I know you guys have a lot of internal platforms and analytics running that sort of cultivates that for you. What is the role of data in helping you do the best job you can at something like that?
Well, it's never been more critical. And I think, we're on a journey here. I mean, the reality is we have a lot of data. I think what we're trying to do is really connect it, trying to dig for insights that truly can transform what we do, and trying to be as real time as we can to learn. And that is really the challenge that we have. And how do we harness that? So there's a lot of things that we've done. I mean, first of all, I mentioned snacks.com. That's a direct to consumer site. We have a direct relationship now with the consumer in transactions, as well as in ways in which we can learn and test things with them and get insight. In addition, we launched a Tasty Rewards program, which is a loyalty program, another way in which we are, leveraging our relationships to create more insight and more data. And I would say, we are definitely on a journey. Obviously, a lot is changing in the environment, and we're having to learn how to, pivot through these times. But I would say it's ever more critical. We are absolutely leaning in. And then I think what we're trying to really work through is, what are the capabilities in-house that we really, really need to create that agility and that dynamism? And I'll give an example, not necessarily on the data side, but on how we think about content and how we're thinking about bringing our brands to life and taking those actions that we talked about earlier. And we have an in-house agency, and we pivoted in the last year. And I'm super proud. This week we were the in-house agency. Sorry, I got a name drop, not for me, for my team, because I'm so proud of them. They've done such an awesome job. But a part of where that was one of the very thoughtful things that we've had, is to say we have internal folks who have internal connectivity to the data, to the insights, to how the brands are thinking. How do you leverage that more and create more impact with that? And, super proud that, of the work that's come out of the last year, all driven through the purpose, leaning into the purpose and thinking about how to leverage it. But that's an example of how we're thinking about how do we start to harness some of the power of the data, translate it quickly, have impact. And I will tell you, every single thing, the examples of campaigns that we did there or activations we did were done in record time, like faster than ever before. And that is some of the difference that we can create with the power of the data that we're gathering now.
Yeah, I have to agree with that, Rachel, in such a strong way on the ampersand side as well. I mean, the idea of data cadence and agility and being able to have for us second by second viewership insights, to have that agility to sort of make sure things are relevant, make sure you're adjusting campaigns, making sure you're doing what you need to do to, talk to your consumers in the best possible way and to deliver those messages as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So I think that the trend of data and really agility and speed right into the future is a really critical topic in general. And I think something that we will be hearing more and more on as we move forward, and as technology moves faster along with all of us. I think it'll be great to be fast with data and optimizations for sure.
I would just add one point, which is it's really important that we have that as the foundation, but we absolutely have to continue to elevate the purpose of the brand and connect it back to that, because it's so important. There's lots of pipes now, as I talk about it in very simple terms in my technology brain, but there's so many more pipes. There's so many more places to touch the consumer. But the reality is what you put in those pipes is still really, really important. And the data has to translate to deep and meaningful insights that connect with that purpose to really leverage the most out of the data and the most out of the more sophisticated media and connections plans we need to have.
Yeah, to stay connected to the why the entire time, right? And then to make sure that once you collect all those data points, you still are connected to the why and the main objective.
Absolutely.
And a lot of the time with that is, really identifying that objective and the meaning up front, right? And staying true to it and not going off course.
Because I give you an example. We found, through doing some really deep analysis in the social space that, consumers like us to create fake flavors, which I find just like a fascinating thing. And so we started doing this, and it was incredible, the engagement. And so I use that as an example of kind of when you're really mining the data and you're looking at where centers of gravity are in conversation, but then you get to the why behind it, it can then power up some really creative ways of engaging them, because it is always the scarcity, the creativity around flavor within our category and taste is king. It's amazing how it can manifest itself in different ways, and how you can use that as a way of truly, delighting your fans in a non-tangible way. So that's fascinating.
Yeah, it's really very interesting. A lot of it probably has to do with the difficulty to get it and the mystery, right? For sure. No, absolutely. I think I see some questions in the chat. I'm trying to open them so I can see them clearly. But I'm taking a look, and it says, how do you define purpose-driven marketing, and how are you bringing that to life? And I know we talked about a bunch of examples, but maybe some more specifics around that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one thing I want to be clear on is that we don't see purpose as it's just about societal role and societal impact. We think that's an aspect to it. But truly, the purpose comes from that deep and meaningful truth around, why does your brand exist? What role does it serve in people's lives, however great or small that is? and truly based on a big insight that translates to you resolving a tension. And that resolution of that tension is what yields the purpose. And so as Frito-Lay as a whole, that's where we, why we talk about transforming moments of joy. Why? Because what we know is that when people consume our brands, they experience an emotional transformation. And it may seem small, but it's meaningful at that moment. And it's transient. It doesn't last, but it's a moment, and it creates memories, and it creates moments of joy that are connected to, and that's why people will tell you stories about when they first ate Lay's, or memories they have of Lay's, or memories of the holidays. And so that's how we think about it, and then we really respect what that role is. And so yes, we are not sending people to Mars, but what we are doing is creating a mini moment of joy when they are experiencing these products and these brands, and that's how we define it. And there is a lot of purpose in these small moments, but we are really using that as our guardrail for how we think about purpose.
Yeah. No, I love that. It's simple, but it is meaningful. I keep going back to the Let's Summer, I guess, because it's current. But I think one of the taglines is your favorite people and your favorite snacks, right? And that whole idea is simple. I'm thinking about summer and thinking about being with people you like and being outside and having Tostitos and salsa. It all goes hand in hand. It's about hitting that the right way so that when people think about the brand, they associate it with that moment.
Yes.
It sounds simple, and I'm sure it's not always simple to keep that fresh and new and current.
No, it's not. And it's interesting because we have a spectrum around how we do think about purpose as well. So we think that there's that purpose that translates into the moment, and then there's that broader purpose about how can you serve the community and how can you support things that your consumers care about. And we have such a range of portfolio. I mean, we have 30 brands in the portfolio. It's an incredible house of brands, really. But I take Stacey's as an example. In that brand, what we found is because it was invented by a female founder, a talented, committed and passionate female who wanted to create this delicious snack, and it's more than a snack, it's used for many occasions. But that brought life to Stacey's, and we said, gosh, the truth behind that brand is it came from a founder who wanted to make a difference, and how can we then lean in to support other female founders? And that led to the Stacey's Rise program. And so that's an example of the purpose is really comes from the true story of the brand and the narrative behind the brand and what the brand really, its idea is, and then you can bring that to life. And so that's a very different expression of societal impact that we make. And so we are very, very conscious about the truth behind the brands and really who the consumer is and how that uniquely connects in the world. And that's where we lean in.
Yeah, no, I love that. And going back to the original narrative and what that means to that brand's identity and bringing that purpose.
Such a beautiful story.
Yeah.
Such a beautiful story.
But to sort of take that and run with it as the storyline for purpose behind the brand, I think is really meaningful and incredible. The next question I see here is, when it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose, and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
Yeah, well, all I would say is, and I'm sorry if I sound like I'm repeating myself, but it's truly at the core.
The question's a little repetitive too. So it's not your fault.
No problem. I love the question because it truly gets to the heart of what we do, and we put the purpose behind every brand that we're communicating against. We're always thinking about what is the purpose of this brand and how do we best express it. But we don't look at it as a literal translation. We look for the creative flair that could best express this purpose. And we work with our partners to really look for those ideas that are truly consumer centric and are really going to express that purpose in its best way. And frankly, in a lot of cases, that is entertaining and funny.
Yeah.
And so that is how we think about it. But it truly has to come from the truth of that purpose and what's right for that consumer and how best it fits with the tone and the overall narrative of that brand. And that influences everything that we do.
I love it. I think that's a great place to end. I see Davina has joined us again. But I really enjoyed reconnecting with you. And I love these topics and these themes. I mean, I couldn't pick a better conversation for today, all around joy and chips and purpose and, actions more than just words. And I've really enjoyed speaking with you on a lot of these topics. So nice to see you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for the invitation. I'm delighted to have had the time with you. And thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, Rachel, just a few takeaways. So I also loved hearing about the importance of retail media networks in what you're doing. I know we work with a lot of retailers and I know they're investing a lot there. So nice to see the synergies there. But a few fun facts. I did it for the last session because the theme today is 10 years backwards and 10 years forward. So I looked it up, and 10 years ago, Frito-Lay reformulated the Lay's potato chips, focused on all natural ingredients and lower sodium options, right? More health focused, and sales increased by 8%. So pretty cool. But anyways, thank you so much. I know brand purpose is a hot topic and definitely something that all brands are focused on. So appreciated your insight there. And so thank you all for that. And I think we're going to have a new speaker, our next speaker that should be joining us soon from Discovery. I think they're probably queuing up right now. There we go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Hi, Pato and Dave. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Well, while Dave's getting his video going, I thought I'll do a quick intro. We have Pato, the Global Chief Marketing Officer for Direct to Consumer at Discovery, and then our very own Dave Pisani, the head of the Media and Entertainment category, very important category to us at Ampersand. Excited to hear your conversation. I know a lot of changes going on at your company right now, so let you guys take it away.
Awesome.
Thank you, Davina. I appreciate that. So I'll introduce myself. As Davina mentioned, I'm Dave Pisani. I'm the VP of Media and Entertainment at Ampersand. We basically, my main function is sales of tune-in advertising to basically every network out there, broadcast, cable, premium, streamers, and we sell across linear and streaming and addressable, everything anyone wants to buy. And Pato, I looked at your job announcement. Discovery. It was quite extensive, and I'm like, wow, that's one person's job. So when you let us know exactly what you're doing.
Sure. Well, I'll try and simplify it by a lot. And at the end of the day, my job is to get people to get to know, fall in love, and continue to use Discovery Plus and other streaming services from the company as much as possible around the world. So any piece that kind of ladders up to that objective is under my general remit here at Discovery.
Okay, fair enough. And there's quite a bit going on in that space. So, in the theme of the 10-year anniversary of Brand Innovators, everyone's sort of been asking a variation of the question. How do you feel marketing and advertising has changed over the past 10 years? I know you've been doing this for a while. You've been at a bunch of different companies. How do you feel it's changed over the past 10 years?
I think there's probably a couple of things that have changed dramatically. The first is, obviously with more access to data, it has made marketers much more informed on what to do, how to do it, how to reach consumers, everything there. And I'll save this for another part of the presentation, but I think there's a dark side to that we're kind of getting into. The second is, the risk of stating the obvious, marketing now is about a relationship. It's not a one-way conversation. It's about a relationship. And so whatever we do that expands well past paid media is a touch point with our consumers where they get to have a voice back to us. And I think that is particularly empowering for the consumer. And it's particularly scary for brands who are not ready to hear back from consumers. So I think, those two pieces around the science of the data and kind of like the humanity of a conversation are, if I look back over the last 10 years, kind of things that have really changed the way that we go to market with our products and services.
Yeah. And there has been obviously a lot of change. What has been the most surprising change over the past 10 years, would you say?
I would say it's kind of on the second point of kind of having consumers have a channel to give us feedback is how much they're leaning into that, right? Like a lot of people, I think, we often wondered, did marketing and advertising work, and did a brand promise actually work? Did it resonate? And there is no doubt that it resonates positively or negatively, because consumers will let you know right away. And I think especially through the year that we went through last year with not just the pandemic, but all of social injustice, where either brands were silent or brands were not silent, but were called out for being unauthentic. It, to me, is a prime example of how a brand really needs to know itself and know when to speak up and when not to speak up, because audiences will call you out in a heartbeat.
Yeah. And that brings up a good topic. And, the last two sessions touched on this for sure with VW and Frito-Lay. The pandemic affected almost every category of business, negatively in most, for various reasons. TV probably a little different, obviously, because a lot of us were and still are locked down and went to TV to fill time and educate ourselves. How do you think the pandemic? Did you think it changed the way TV is viewed by consumers?
I did, 100%. It accelerated something that was happening well before the pandemic, but with a couple of spotlights that kind of made it a little bit different. So the acceleration is around the general movement of people from, a more traditional linear subscription to streaming services, or at least a combination of.
Yeah, that was actually the second part of my question. So yes, exactly.
Yeah, so look, it's no secret that most streaming services benefited from that. I was at Hulu at the beginning of the pandemic, and Hulu and many of the other services were the lucky recipients of that extra time that people had at home. But there's a couple other things that were also happening during the pandemic. One is a bunch of new services launched, one of which is Discovery Plus.
Sure.
But HBO Max, Peacock. So it got, some people say crowded, I say just more options. But the point being is that a subscriber now really needs to not only decide, but just understand what service has what content. And it's getting a little confusing. And so we have to, as an industry, work harder to tell people what's where and why to come on one service versus the other. The second thing is, for many services, production slowed down or stopped altogether.
Yeah.
So at this time where there's pent-up demand for content, many of the services who were kind of leaning onto new content releases kind of had to face the reality that there wasn't anything because we couldn't shoot, we couldn't produce.
Sure.
So there was this dichotomy of like great demand, but not a lot of new content to give this new demand. But look, if I zoom out, I think we're going to come out of this pandemic, God willing, with just an acceleration of what happened when we went into the pandemic, of people rethinking about their linear subscriptions, but even more so rethinking about how they engage with the various streaming services. I think there might be 2 or 3, I don't know what the number is, that you just kind of keep. And then there's kind of a handful that you're going to rotate in and out of based on, whatever your content wants are at any given point in time. And so our job is to be in one of those top 2 or 3 as much as possible.
Exactly. And that leads me to one of my other questions. Obviously Discovery Networks has a ton of linear networks, and now with Discovery Plus, is there a different way you market a linear network versus, a streaming network?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Look, just look at the basics. Linear network is very appointment based. A show will launch and air on any specific time. And you kind of have one shot to make sure that that show succeeds. Whereas in streaming services, Discovery Plus included, you don't. You have an infinite library, and as long as the show is new to you, our job is to make sure that we connect you with a content piece that is most relevant to you. So just the timestamp of how we market, it looks very different.
Yeah.
Two is in linear, a lot of it is around any one particular show under the network brand. But in streaming, it's the show that might get you in, but it's the library that keeps you. And so we're not going for a one-off date for the consumer. We're going for a long-term relationship. And so as marketers, we need to make sure that the moment that you come into the service, that we do our best to expose you to other content that might be most relevant to you, and therefore starts to build a more long-term relationship. Because look, on a subscription basis, it's all about lifetime value. It's not about just impressions and ad inventory and racing and ratings. So just literally the KPIs by which we optimize are just drastically different.
Yeah, and I look at the Discovery networks, and I'll be honest, this isn't pandering, but they're on in our house all the time. Food, HG, Discovery, DIY, lifestyle, where you may go to a network like an AMC for one or two shows, but you'll turn on HG and it'll be on all night, and you'll watch through the various shows. Is there a different way you approach your networks, as opposed to maybe someone would approach, or maybe you did with Hulu in the past?
Yeah, I mean, look, the consumption on Discovery Plus is very reflective of what you're describing in your household. The average hours per consumer on a weekly basis is really healthy, right? And the reason being is, it's just comfort content for the most part, right? When you turn on, any of the shows or the networks that you have, it's just good to have, and you don't need to work too hard at watching it. You can even have it in the background at times. And so for us, honestly, it's about embracing that in terms of where we fit in the universe of entertainment. Because there are plenty of services out there with Netflix and Disney Plus and HBO Max who have the incredible scripted original titles where you want to actively enjoy. But TV viewing is a combination of active and passive, or educational and entertainment. And Discovery Plus fits a very, very specific need in that universe. And so rather than try and compete with the big titles, that's not us. Like who we are is we are the purveyors of this content that gives you joy and kind of unexpected fulfillment. And so what you'll see, and we launched a new brand campaign a few weeks ago, is we're really trying to embrace that. And we call it sharpening our edges about knowing who we are and who we're not. And you'll see more of that hopefully in the coming, weeks and months and quarters and whatever else comes after that.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I feel like, people talk about reality television, and in the beginning, to me, This Old House was probably the first of the reality TV. It's certainly in the vein of the Discovery Nets. And I think there's multiple categories. There is certainly the interpersonal drama, and then there's sort of the educational yet, you have an emotional connection to whether it's food or building or whatever. HG and Food and Discovery, they're not relying on stars. They're sort of developing talent that people get attached to. And how do you approach that? That's maybe more of a programming thing, but there are people who are doing jobs and now they have TV shows and they have 1 million fans. Chip and Joanna and all these different people. So it's an interesting sort of model that's different than probably every other network group.
Yeah, look, without comparing ourselves to other networks, we in many cases, through the incredible work that our programming teams have done with Kathleen and Nancy and others in the leadership side, is we almost create stars as opposed to them, right? And the reason that I think they've been repeatedly successful is because there's something about finding talent that is relatable and that is also aspirational. And there's this fine balance of like somebody that you can be like, you want to be friends with, but they're doing something that is just, you want to be there, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And look, that talent can be something like Chip and Joanne. The talent can be like, just general content through some of like Love Island and some of the other things that we have. It's just, it's different, right? It's that there's almost a sense of voyeurism in some of the shows, or you're peeking into someone's life and you want to relate to them or aspire to be them, depending on what the show is. And it's just fun. I think from a brand promise for Discovery Plus, we've said this multiple times that we're kind of in a category of one, and it's just factually true that the content that we have is just different, and it may not appeal to everyone. And we also are real enough to know that it's not the only type of content that you want to watch, but we do know that it plays an important part in kind of like that portfolio of your entertainment habits.
Yeah. I'm going to put this on you personally. How do you decide what to watch, and what do you watch? What do you watch? I'm a TV guy. I've been watching since Batman and Johnny Carson up until I have every streaming service. So I love TV. What do you watch?
I'm almost embarrassed to say that what I watch is driven by what my kids or my wife want to watch, because our time together with the TV is limited. So it's mainly what they watch. But interestingly enough, my daughter, for example, loves HGTV, the Love It or List It shows. Like, we will binge watch those for hours.
Yeah, we do.
And we did that well before I joined Discovery Plus, as a caveat. But look, I think like all of us, word of mouth and kind of hearing what titles are out there. I try, which may sound ironic, but be balanced in how much time I spend in front of a TV versus not. So, we'll do it for entertainment. I'll do a little bit for work, but other than that, I also try and pick up a book or do something outdoors. So
that's good for people out there. There are still books. Yeah. I'm actually saving a book to read when I have to go back on the train back to the office.
There you go.
As many books as I'd like to. We do have questions here, but I have a couple more. So, we've sort of bookended what did you see over the past 10 years? What do you think is coming in the next 10 years? I feel like we're in this, this massive change right now with, 3 years ago, there were hardly any streamers, and now there's a bunch. And, what do the next 10 years look like?
Look, I'll answer from an industry and then from a marketing perspective. From an industry perspective, this is my hypothesis that there is going to be a reconsolidation and almost a recreation of the bundle. If you pick up from what I said before, there's just a lot of services out there, and the content is somewhat disparate across these services. And I think consumers are going to be desperate to just find an easy and convenient way to access that content through a centralized place. So I think, look, obviously Discovery is going through a merger right now with Warner Media. There's a lot of that in my opinion will continue to happen, as this is not a cheap industry to be in, and you need scale to drive scale. So I think we'll see more of that, especially when you want to play on a global stage. From a marketing perspective, I mentioned at the beginning that there's a little bit of a dark side of the data side. And what I mean by that is I think marketers have kind of lost their creative juices in favor of safety in data.
Yeah.
My personal kind of passion point is that data can help and should help reduce the margin of error, but it doesn't eliminate judgment. And I think, great marketers or great business people for that matter are going to be measured by the judgment calls that they make, that is either supported by or acknowledging by going against what the data says. And it's a fine line to do that. I think data is a wonderful thing, but I think it's in many cases people use it as a crutch versus an enabler. So I don't know if this is going to happen, as much as I hope it happens, that marketers will kind of rediscover the balance between the left side and the right side of our brain, and kind of have a combination of real creativity. And I don't mean just creativity in terms of campaigns, I just mean in the thinking. And then use data to kind of help us judge whether that creativity is moving in the right direction or not.
Yeah, no, I agree. wanted to touch on data. There is a lot of it, and I do think, everyone's got it, and there's different flavor. I mean, is there something that's tried and true that you rely on data wise, or is that always changing too?
I mean, yes, without going through the roster of all the metrics that we look at, there's 20% of the data that we spend 80% of the time on. And look, I will give you an example of, like, if you look at media mix modeling and optimization, it's easy for a marketer to say, well, here's the 3 channels that work, and so I'm going to put more and more money. But what that doesn't take into account is the implication of the ripple effects of all the pieces and how they work together. And this notion of continuing to reap demand versus seed demand. And I think marketers are increasingly getting asked and pressured to be held accountable to a SAC or CPA, or whatever cost per acquisition metric.
Yeah.
And that leads you to make very dangerous decisions, because you'll start putting money in channels where you can measure and that look cheap. But over the long term, all you're doing is just squeezing the last drop of juice versus kind of fostering or planting new fruits.
Yeah, exactly. There's some questions coming in here. Your favorite marketing campaign you've worked on? That's open-ended.
Look, there's been a few, actually. Probably the one that hopefully people are most aware of was at Hulu. We worked on the Hulu Has Live Sports campaign, which was built on a great insight, and the creative teams did an amazing job at turning that out. That was just a lot of fun, and it ended up having just a ton of legs for quarters and actually years after that. So it was a ton of fun, for sure.
Yeah. In the beginning, you mentioned, making connections with consumers, and how do you sort of dig into that two-way street? I think data certainly provides some of that, but what's the best way of connecting with consumers? They do let you know, but like how? And is it the masses, or is it sort of one-offs, or general consensus of what people like and don't like?
Look, it starts with knowing what your brand promise is and who we are as a brand. Because think of a brand as a person, right? You are a character, regardless of what that character looks like. And it's so important that you stay true to that character. I take that analogy to our brand, and that's what we need to do. So for all of the things that we are, there's a list of things that we are not. So it starts with that, and kind of knowing yourself as a brand. Then it's every large touch point and every micro touch points. There is no interaction with a consumer that leaves them neutral. You either improve it or you make it worse. That happens with customer service. That happens with an email. It happens with an ad campaign. It happens every time they log into the product. So unfortunately, the answer is all of it, right? It's really all of it. So as a marketer, our job is, number one, to really be crystal clear on what that brand promise and who we are. And then number two is to work with everybody that has a touch point to the consumer to make sure that we are consistent with that promise as much as possible. And it's a feedback loop, right? So we hear from them and we react to it. And it's just a vicious cycle that just never ends, because we just want to do that. But the ultimate KPI there is not retention. Like, retention is a lagging indicator. The ultimate KPI there is, if you think about net promoter score and brand love, right? For us, we're going to be in a world where there's literally hundreds of streaming services. We're not going to win purely on a transactional relationship. We have to win on an emotional relationship. And it's really hard to do. And it takes time. It's just building a relationship with humans. It takes time to build a relationship with a brand. And so it's just showing up every day. Anytime somebody says, well, what's the silver bullet? I'm like, there's no silver bullet. The silver bullet is showing up every day and living up to your brand promise. That's the silver bullet.
Yeah. And so you've worked across, insurance, and I know at Yahoo, I don't know how we define Yahoo, because they do so many different things, and certainly television. And I feel like people are passionate about everything, but people are certainly passionate about television. I mean, how do you weigh the differences between insurance, a Yahoo, Hulu, Discovery, and from your experience, like, is TV have more, interaction with people than, say, insurance? I mean,
no, and this may not be a popular answer, but I think the category that you work in is secondary to the opportunity that you have. When I joined Farmers Insurance more than a handful of years ago now, the reason why I joined is because they wanted to really get bigger on the digital side of the business, and so it was an opportunity to build, right? And look, insurance may not be the most sexy of industries, but it doesn't matter, because at least for me, what drives me to wake up every morning and show up is around the opportunity to be an inflection point for the business, right? Is to be able to look back and say, would this business have been in this same position had I not been here? And if the answer is yes, then that's boring. Then I don't want to be there, right? I want to be in a place where I can look back and say, okay, I actually played a role in changing the trajectory of this company. And that trajectory change can happen because of the industry, because of the company, because of the role, because of the timing. So there's multiple factors that go into that. But the industry is just one of them, to be honest with you. And I'll be the first to admit that I got completely lucky to kind of join Hulu when I joined, kind of at the beginning of this like streaming revolution with everybody wanting to jump in. And it's been extremely fun. And obviously, I'm not gonna lie, like being in the entertainment industry is fun. And it's always fun at party. Your conversation goes longer at a dinner party when you say you work in the entertainment industry than you work in insurance maybe. But other than that, to me, I've found out, at least in retrospect, that it doesn't matter.
Going back to and some of the other, they talk about there are more than ever. I mean, I started in this business when we were selling TV, local spots, and radio, and there wasn't newspapers. I mean, that's a while back. Now there's so much more. Do you try to use all of it? The last folks were mentioning TikTok and Spotify and all these different things. Like, how do you decide what works the best? And does it change by the different brands? Because there are a number of different tactics that work better for brands than others.
Yeah. Look, first and foremost is, where's our audience? If our audience is not on TikTok, I'm not going to buy TikTok. It's sure. And this is nothing against TikTok, but just in general, right? It's going back to being truthful on who you are and who your match is from an audience perspective. So with that premise, typically the way that we've thought about it is there's call it a 60-30-10. 60% is tried and true. It's like your horsepower of channels and mediums that work. 30% is channels that are kind of, or mediums or whatever it is that have potential and have shown potential through earlier testing, and you want to continue to evolve and see how they do. And then 10% is net new, like completely new, whether it's a vendor, whether it's whatever it is, right? Just in the spirit of making sure that we're following where our consumers are. But we don't feel compelled that only because a specific platform or specific vendors having their day in the spotlight that we need to be there. Like we try and resist that temptation. We try and again stay true to just be where our consumers are first and foremost, and kind of flush it out that way.
With Discovery Plus, and I've certainly seen a lot of their ads, across your networks and everywhere else. So initial phase seemed like it's met or exceeded expectations. I guess I'm asking that question, but I've read different things.
It has. So, the service launched in January of this year. I think we communicated that we had about 15 million subscribers as of our last earnings. So the short answer is yes. But anyone who's in this place will tell you that the first 15 are easier than the second 15, than the third 15, just because you have to work harder and harder to find those audiences. But we continue to feel very confident in the product that we have, the content that we have, and kind of our ability to continue to find audiences that can relate to this content. Because as we were saying before, there's a need and a place for this content, and our job is to let people kind of know that. So
yeah, and it does seem like streaming services, and they vary. Some start out with all originals, some start out with their library. I feel like Discovery Plus was sort of both. I mean, I've seen the commercials for like, that's a show. There's a lot of sort of super niche shows that are being tested or on there. And then there's the tried and true that you could watch, the flipper flops and all that kind of stuff. That's an interesting decision. And how do you market differently between, people know they want to catch up on, what the tried and true, and then here's all the new ones that are coming.
Well, the new shows are particularly important to differentiate the service, and it gives a reason for people to come in and try it. The deep library is important to keep people on the service. So they play a role, and you'll see in our marketing that we do, title specific marketing, but we also do brand and library specific. Our latest campaign is called like the streaming home of, and we have the streaming home of paranormal, of true crime, of reality and family. And so there's categories of content that are then accentuated by specific titles within each of those. But again, that's one thing that we can do with just a ton of conviction, because we have more of that content than most other services. And when it comes to unscripted or reality or whatever you want to call it, bar none, we are the leader in that space. So we feel really good. And leader is defined not just by number of titles, but just like kind of being known for bringing great content like that to our consumers. So
yeah,
we're excited.
Exactly. And I mean, do you see that evolving differently over the next couple of years? And it's a broad library, and it's as and the other, I'm jumping around here. The other thing is, with a direct connection for streaming, you sort of know precisely what people are watching and what people don't. Will that affect what you bring in as new programming?
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, we look at consumption on the platform daily to understand what drives subscriber health and what drives subscriber demand, both for purposes of existing subscribers, but also for purposes of bringing in new subscribers, and what kind of content pops. It informs our marketing. It obviously informs our content strategy. And look, if and when something happens on the merger side, that kind of changes the game. But for now, we are kind of heads down on kind of making sure that this service continues to be successful and relevant for consumers.
Yeah, and is it with the streaming being relatively new? Does it make it easier? And I know you've been at Discovery less than 6 months, I guess, but beforehand you were sort of relying on third-party data, I guess, more than anything. But now you do have you have a lot of first-party data. Does
Mm-hmm.
that make it easier? Does that change things? I mean, data seems to be a big part of, obviously, network groups getting into streaming and things like that.
Yeah, look, it's extremely important. The first-party data gives us kind of a front row seat at how people engage with us. It is important to marry that with third-party data, because I may know that you're watching shows 1, 2, and 3 on Mondays and Thursdays, but what I don't know is who you are, through psychographic segmentation, demographics, and all the third-party data that's out there. So
yeah,
kind of trying to paint a picture of who you are is really difficult with just first-party data. So it's the combo of the two that makes it really, really powerful, both for me as a marketer, but as a, we sell ads on Discovery Plus. So for the ad sales team, it is particularly powerful because we can now go to, our advertising partners and make sure that we match their message to the right consumer. So there's, extreme precision that we can have with this first-party data.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's interesting. And so there is a there's two tiers, I believe, right? There's an ad-supported tier and a premium, I guess. I'm hoping the ad-supported tier is well supported because that's sort of my business. So we want to keep selling ads. I'll take the ad-supported tier on some of the streaming nets. I mean, I think it's part of the television experience to me. I mean, so that's interesting. As far as the linear nets, it's interesting because there's a lot of, so there's sort of the main nets, the discovery, no offense to the others, the food and nets to those, like food has there's food and cooking, there's HG and DIY. And I find myself watching all of them too. Is there, a different A channel against the B channel?
Sorry, you actually broke up there a little bit on the last part of your question.
So what I was saying was there are the main sort of lifestyle nets, HG and food, and then there are cooking and say DIY. And is there a different way to approach how you look at those sort of main nets versus sort of the other nets?
Yeah, I mean, look, a big part of our audience and value proposition is around people who are cord cutters or cord nevers. And for those audiences, the networks mean a lot less, right? So the fact that it's on HGTV or DIY or whatever it is almost irrelevant. So for Discovery Plus, we're focusing a lot more, and you'll see us focus a lot more on the actual titles than the networks. Mm-hmm. The networks right now are there, and they play an important role for navigation for people who are core plusers, people who have an avid affinity for the brand from the linear subscription. But there's this entire other audience who honestly just don't know what those networks are. So we have to find the right balance, and the lowest common denominator that normalizes everything is the titles. If a title does really well, it doesn't matter what network it was on. For us, what it matters is that we need to elevate that title and expose it to as many consumers as possible.
Interesting. Yeah. No, I mean, I do feel sometimes sort of working in this business, do I approach it differently? Do you feel that? You're in this television business. Do you approach it differently than a typical consumer? I feel like I probably get in the weeds too much on this net versus this and things like that.
Yeah, I think we have the temptation to do that. And one of the things that we work really closely with our media and acquisition team is, some things you do because you just know it to be right, even if you can't quite prove it. And then some things you do it to measure true incrementality, which kind of goes back to like where there's value in data and buying media that is actually creating demand versus just harnessing it. And so that's what drives us to test different things and kind of get lost sometimes in the details of like, well, but is it truly the message, or is the audience or the platform? Like, what is it that's driving this demand? Because this is a marathon, and we're going to win this like literally one step at a time, and one step equals a new creative, a new platform, a new targeting, a new whatever it is. So I think the beauty and the fear of marketing is that a lot of people think that it's just one big campaign and there you go, you have it, and the reality is it's truly not. It's grinding it on a daily basis. And showing up on a daily basis through kind of what we do and ultimately how it shows up to our consumers. Campaigns are fun and they're amazing and they play a role, but that's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Our at Ampersand, my division is separate from the core advertisers, and and it's for a reason. There's a lot of networks, but everything we do is very short spurts. We're not. There are autos who buy for the full year and things like that. Is your cycle different than, because it's a constant changing thing with multiple brands and multiple new shows coming out, as opposed to, a much longer term planning season kind of thing?
It's still fairly long term. So we definitely try and plan. There are key beats, like any business, key priority beats that we want to kind of focus around. Those beats could be around content, like Shark Week or an original. They could be product or something else. So we do focus around those because we want to make sure that we are highlighting the big pieces. But then there's this level of just like always on that kind of, as we see things perform or not, we kind of pull up and down into our improvement strategy.
Okay, interesting. Davina has joined us. I hope there's a fun fact. Davina, I don't want to put you on the spot.
There's always a fun fact. There's always a fun. Yes, I have a fun fact. But before that, thank you guys. This was great. Obviously close to our heart.
For sure.
Entertainment business. So a few takeaways, Pato, just what I kind of heard, just to summarize for the audience, is it really starts with who the brand is, be where the consumer is first and foremost, choose a media partner that matches from an audience perspective. Marketing's about a relationship, not a one-time connection. I also love that you said that the challenge for marketers today is that, the consumer has a voice back, and we've got to be able to figure out how to manage that. And then data, we love data at Ampersand, and focus where the true incrementality is. And when it comes to data, the combination of first and third party data assets are valuable. Fun fact. Okay, fun fact. So 10 years ago, Discovery had just acquired Scripps Networks, and I'm not going to talk about what could possibly happen in 2022 with the recent news. But something, I used to work at TiVo, and Dave Zaslav was on the board of TiVo. And that was when consumers were just starting to get comfortable with time shifting. And now that's a norm that we're in. So, I agree that consolidation will continue in the years to come, and especially if you want to be in the global stage. So there you go.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Pato. Appreciate it. Appreciate being with us.
All right.
Thanks. Great. Thanks, guys. So now we're going to have Lisa McKnight join us from Mattel. She is the Senior Vice President of Barbie and Global Head of Dolls, which is obviously a really big role, knowing that Barbie is an important brand to the Mattel portfolio. And with her comes Lisa Noble on our team at Ampersand on the client partnerships team. Hello, Lisa. Lisa and Lisa, how are you guys doing?
Doing well today, Davina.
Hi.
Thank you.
Great to be here.
Great. Awesome. Well, I'm going to let you guys take it away, and I'll wrap it up with you after questions. So
terrific. Thanks, Davina. Yes, as Davina said, I am on the client partnership team at Ampersand, and I'm here with Lisa McKnight, who's the Senior VP at Mattel, and I'm currently running the global head of Barbie and the Dolls portfolio. So welcome, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. Fun to be here with you.
Glad you're here. Yeah, so you've been at Mattel for over 22 years, and currently running the Barbie portfolio and Dolls portfolio. Tell us a little bit about your experience at Mattel and about your current role.
Well, yes, I have been at Mattel for a while, and I do like to say that I feel as though I've had many careers within the career at Mattel. I've always had challenging opportunities, growth opportunities, and I've worn a lot of different hats. I've been in the consumer products licensing side of the business. I've run North America marketing, which is across our entire portfolio of brands, from infant preschool, Fisher-Price, Thomas the Train, through Hot Wheels and Barbie. And today I'm running our dolls portfolio with Barbie as our flagship brand. And I'm having a ton of fun.
I'm sure you are. It's a fun brand. I mean, Barbie is what, a 62-year-old brand? How do you modernize and transform a brand that is, over 60 years old, but has to be relevant to today's children?
Well, you hit the nail on the head. This is a brand that has the benefit of 6 decades in the marketplace. There's a lot of heritage. We span, multiple generations. And so there's a wonderful history to build upon. But at the same time, if we're not current and connecting to consumers today, going where girls and kids are today, connecting to cultural conversations, then we're not relevant. And as we like to say, this is a brand that is timeless, which again, we appreciate, but also has to be timely. So we are constantly iterating and evolving all aspects of the brand.
Great. Yes. Well, I know you've done a lot of work around the science and the dream gap. How has the science influenced your product development and as well as the brand marketing for Barbie?
Well, it's really interesting. A few years ago, we began to evolve our platform to be more purposeful and social mission oriented. We came across a study by NYU on girls and boys and found that starting at a very young age, as young as 5 or 6, girls start losing confidence in their abilities and start believing boys as being more capable and competent than girls. And we found that, of course, very disheartening. We wanted to understand what the root causes were for this. The expression is actually called, of this phenomenon, is called the dream gap. And that was coined by a professor at NYU. And we've taken on that as a mission for the Barbie brand, to close the dream gap for this next generation of girls. We want to understand why girls aren't believing in themselves and how we can inspire them, prop them up, give them the tools to succeed in life, and also ensure that there's an equal playing field for them.
Yes, it's so important, right? And it starts so young. So how's that changed the marketing or driven the brand purpose?
Well, what we've noticed, again, that I'm sure many people are tapping into is, of course, today's generation of millennials in particular. That's an important audience for us. Many of them are parents. They want to buy into brands, products, services that share their values. So being socially minded is critical, I believe, to be successful in today's day and age. So we have been doing more marketing and cause marketing in that space. Certainly, we also target kids who are the actual consumers of our toys. And we want to make sure that they're lit up by the entertainment value and the play experience of our toys. We create a lot of content for kids, but we're also doing more and more marketing to adults to have these larger conversations around the benefits of Barbie and the purpose of Barbie.
Yeah, I know when we were having our initial call, you had talked about the purposeful play and the diversity. Talk a little bit about the diversity of Barbie and how that has really kind of transformed over the past 10 plus years.
Well, again, I'm very proud of the evolution that's been occurring in the Barbie brand. Again, in the more recent 5-6 years, we are today the most diverse doll line in the marketplace. Half of our dolls sold are diverse dolls, and that's not only in ethnicity, but in body type, as well as, we even have dolls with different abilities. We've got a doll in a wheelchair. We've got a doll with a prosthetic limb. So very proud of the way the team has pushed inclusivity and integrated more diversity into our line, because we know how important it is for kids to be able to see themselves in our line, as well as for the brand to represent the world that kids see around them. So again, lots of concerted efforts in that space.
Exactly. The whole diversity and inclusion and the development of the product is really, really exciting to see those changes over the course of time. So tell us a little bit about the go-to-market strategy that you have for Barbie and even maybe some of the other dolls.
Well, again, a lot's changed over the past 10 years, as many of us can appreciate. Again, years ago, it was fairly straightforward. I mean, Mattel in general, not just Barbie, but Mattel, spent a lot of our media budget on linear television advertising. Very straightforward, targeting kids. Of course, as time has gone on, we've, like I said earlier, we've appreciated that we've got these larger brand benefits that we want to also share with parents. So we've been also investing in more media targeting adults in recent years. And then from there, of course, again, we're going where consumers are in terms of how they're consuming advertising and marketing messaging. So it's a much more complex mix of different media vehicles that we use today. Obviously, a lot of our spend is in digital. And we've got a really great media mix model that we look at every year to sort of reappraise where our spending is and what the best ROI is for the different levers that we're investing behind.
Tell us a little bit about some of the different media channels that you're using.
Well, certainly lots of social. We have owned channels. So of course, we're constantly, introducing new content and messaging on our own channels. And then of course, we're buying paid media on different social channels. We're starting to do a little bit more with TikTok. We do not have our own channel yet. You can imagine as a kids company, there are some regulatory challenges there, but we're working through some opportunities. But certainly we're seeing a lot of migration to TikTok as a very popular channel, not just for content and entertainment, but also for commercialization. We spend a lot of our budget on YouTube, again, driving engagement, but also working with influencers to support different products. And of course, still look at all sorts of other experiential opportunities. Live events pivoted to digital and virtual this past 18 months, but looking forward to getting back out there too with more experiences.
Yes, and I think you mentioned too that Barbie has her own cooking channel.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I thought you had mentioned before that that Barbie has a cooking show on YouTube.
Well, we do, yes. It's not a cooking show, but we do make sure that Barbie acts as an influencer. So when she's on YouTube, when she's showing up on her Instagram channel, specifically at Barbie Style, she's doing things that other influencers do. So absolutely, sometimes she is cooking and giving some fun tips.
That's great. Yeah. So taking a look at present day, I know 2020 was a record-setting year for Mattel, and it was especially good for the Barbie brand. So, what role did the pandemic play in Mattel's growth last year?
Well, it was certainly a roller coaster ride for all of us in the toy industry. At the beginning of the pandemic, as families and everyone started to shelter in place, we saw a big uptick in sales for puzzles and games and arts and crafts and categories that families could do together. So dolls actually took a bit of a dip. Then by the late spring, as birthday parties were canceled, as family trips were canceled, kids weren't going away to summer camp, we saw a real exciting uptick on sales for Barbie and certainly a lot of other Mattel brands. We found that consumers started to gravitate towards brands that they were very familiar with, so more evergreen brands, and products in Barbie's world like the Dream House went off the charts. We normally sell a lot of dream houses around the holiday season. It's a high ticket item, but we noticed that there was more increased search about the Dream House in the summer. We obviously fueled that, worked with our retail partners, and I'm thrilled to share that last year the Dream House was the #1 toy sold in the US.
It's amazing. That's a lot of dream houses. Yeah. So what kinds of consumer trends are you seeing emerge now that people are returning to work? I mean, obviously having children at home really helped push Barbie, right? Parents were really looking for opportunities to entertain their children and have them play. So what do you see next in terms of emerging consumer trends?
Well, it's interesting. Definitely there's a bit of a shift. I mean, first I will share that the toy industry overall is still performing very well, which is great to see, and Barbie as well. But what we are seeing, of course, is shopping behavior is going a little bit back to the way it was pre-pandemic, in that we're starting to see a little more shopping on the weekends versus the weekdays. We're also starting to see more traffic, of course, and shopping coming from brick and mortar than just online. However, we know that the landscape has shifted, and we've accelerated online shopping, and that's certainly going to continue in the future. Of course, we also talked about earlier content consumption, lots of interest and time being spent again on TikTok. So we're, again, as I said, trying to work on a strategy to be more present there. And again, lots of time streaming. And so we're working on content creation for Netflix and other streaming services to make sure we are, again, where our consumers are.
Yes. So you mentioned e-commerce being significant this year, and you're still seeing that. Tell us a little bit about some of the return to the retailers and kind of the trends between e-commerce and the retail business right now.
Well, again, I think we all know that e-tail is here to stay. It's incredibly convenient. It's great when you know exactly what you want. We call it spear phishing, and you can search for an item, compare costs, and then make a purchase. But everyone also loves the entertainment value of touching and feeling merchandise at physical stores. I think what we're going to see is investment in physical stores, great big merchandising statements, more experiences. And I think we're going to see also an uptick on more impulse items. Again, Barbie's had a great year and continues to have a great year, as well as Mattel. But some of those lower price point impulse items, I think are going to accelerate as people are in stores grabbing things and filling their baskets.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So you recently launched a new advertising campaign for Barbie, and I've seen it. I love the creative. Tell us a little bit more about the campaign.
Oh, well, thank you, Lisa, so much. We're so proud of this work. It's really interesting. We commissioned a study, another research study, a couple of years ago, so pre-pandemic, with Cardiff University in the UK, to understand the science behind Barbie. It was actually a neuroscientific study. And what we found in that study was kids, whether they were playing together or by themselves, when they played with Barbie, it unlocked empathy in their brain and that sort of developmental region of their brain. And we thought that was really interesting, that playing with dolls can help a child develop empathy. At the same time, we did a study with parents to ask them, what attributes do they want most for their kids? And 90% of them said they want their kids to grow up to be empathetic adults. So with all of that, we thought, wow, this is a really interesting story to share with parents. So they can not only continue to support the Barbie brand, but feel good about the time that their kids are spending playing with dolls. So we created a campaign called A Doll Can Help Change the World. And it's a charming film about all sorts of kids in everyday situations, problem solving and role playing with their dolls, and making that connection to how that will help them in the future be more empathetic adults.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great campaign. So I know you're using the data and the science for the product development. Talk a little bit about how you're using the data that maybe you're getting from your e-commerce or that you're using for marketing.
Well, again, this is a business where there's certainly a lot of value on data and a lot of science, but there is also a bit of art as well. But we are getting more and more sophisticated. So we get a lot of great shopper research to help us understand not only the profile of people buying our products, but also the attachment rates of products. So for example, we know that a household that owns and purchases a dream house, like I mentioned earlier, is more likely to also then own 3 to 5 dolls. So there's an association there, and that data has helped us figure out more cross-marketing and cross-promotional opportunities. And then there's the data that we receive, like I said earlier, around media mix. And it's been fascinating to understand where we get the biggest return on our investment, depending on what lever we spend against. So all of that helps us continue to refine and fine tune our plans.
Right, great. So what's next for marketing the Barbie brand? We're taking a look. I mean, our theme today is, the 10th anniversary of Brand Innovators, taking a look back, taking a look forward. So what's next for Barbie and the Barbie brand?
Well, it's really a fun proposition to think about the 10-year mark, as you guys have put out there. I will share 10 years ago, which more or less was around Barbie's 50th. It was 52, but we were really evolving the doll herself into a pop culture icon. And we were talking a lot about Barbie as a cultural influencer, as well as a fashion icon, bit of a lifestyle brand, if you will. Today, of course, when we think about Barbie, again, she's about diversity, inclusivity. She's about inspiring girls to reach their limitless potential. And we're about to announce tomorrow, so I cannot share it yet, a new social mission platform for the brand, which I'm incredibly excited about. So I do think when I look to the future, as I said before, it's all about connecting to consumers. We're going to go where consumers are going. I don't think people are going to lose interest in purposeful brands. So you're going to see Barbie's purpose continue to expand and see her continue to evolve.
Well, I'm excited to hear about the new social mission. That's exciting. When we were preparing for our call, you also mentioned some of the other things that are going to be in store for Barbie in terms of movies and Broadway. Can you expound on that a little bit?
Well, like I said, again, we've done a lot of fun animated films for Netflix and for other media platforms. We've announced a partnership with Warner Brothers to make a actual live action Barbie theatrical starring Margot Robbie, directed and written by Greta Gerwig. So we're very excited about that project. This one has been long in the making. I still can't share when the film will be released, but we're really excited to get Barbie to the big screen and have that kind of surround sound around the world for the brand.
Terrific. Great. Well, I see we have a lot of questions here. I'm going to take a look and kind of dive in here. So one of the questions is, what can heritage brands learn from newer digital first brands when it comes to authentically marketing to Gen Z?
Well, yes, certainly we can learn how to be agile and how to stay in lockstep with what's happening with consumer shopping behaviors, consumer media consumption behaviors, and so on. We are continuing to build up that muscle at Mattel, and just very excited about the progress we've made. And certainly last year put a big test to us to make sure that we were curating all of our content to be very appropriate for the times. There were a lot of campaigns we had to scrap. First and foremost, when we started sheltering in place, we wanted to make sure that we were providing comfort to kids and their families. And so we had to really quickly evolve a lot of our marketing plans. And certainly these newer, more digitally first companies are great at that.
Yeah. So this is similar, but how does marketing for Gen Z differ from marketing to the millennial audience?
Yeah, again, I would say both audiences are very interested in mission and purpose. I think with Gen Z, we need to push even further. Absolutely, we know that for example, with diversity and inclusivity, it's table stakes. I mean, you absolutely have to ensure that not only when you're thinking of advertising or content creation, that you've got a diverse cast in front of the camera, but you've also got to think about your partners behind the camera. People are demanding it, as they should. The population is shifting dramatically in the US. And we've got to make sure we've got good representation in everything that we're doing.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the other questions is, what are the most effective influencer marketing strategies to best appeal to Gen Z? And what changes, if any, do you believe need to be made to influencer marketing trends to better appeal to Gen Z?
Well, again, I think authenticity is key. Everyone can see through, anything that doesn't feel authentic. So we try to work with influencers, for example, that share our values. We're not going to work with someone where it's just pay to play. We only want to work with folks that believe in the Barbie mission, believe in what we're trying to impact in the world. And we filter a lot of people through that lens. We certainly get a lot of proposals to work with partners, but it's got to be authentic.
Yeah, authenticity is certainly key. Here's another question. In your opinion, as a consumer, what brands are leaders in this space? either the toy space or the doll space?
Oh, well, I will say, of course, I've got to toot Barbie's horn. I mean, Barbie last year was the #1 toy property in the world. And I do think we're making incredible progress in, again, diversity, inclusivity, representation. I will share, I'm also, of course, very proud of other work we're doing at Mattel. But I will share that, we certainly have a lot of admiration for Lego. They are, a competitor, but we are very impressed with what they've done. Just in terms of all of their marketing touch points, they do a great job of reaching a variety of audiences. They do a great job of connecting to social mission and purpose work. And they do a great job of product and then brand, I think, communication.
That makes sense. Yeah. So based on your experience, what company values, and I would say other than diversity and inclusivity that we've spoken about, which company values matter the most to young consumers?
Well, I think transparency is important. We obviously have a lot of young employees. And again, as we all went into the uncertainty of the pandemic, we knew we didn't have all the answers. We knew the information that we were receiving was changing by the day. So the best we could do was be transparent with what we knew at that time and over communicate. And I think young folks want that from companies too, and brands that they, purchase from. They want accountability. If you get something wrong, acknowledge it, get ahead of it. And again, they want to know that that there's a larger purpose to what is behind these companies, that we're not all transactional and about commerce, that there's a bigger reason why these companies exist.
Yeah, exactly. So here's another question. How do you target the new demographic in an effective way without losing your older consumer base? I know that you mentioned earlier you have, 2 or 3 different audiences, parents, gift givers. So how do you really transform that, your marketing, and target them as opposed to, without losing the older consumer base?
Well, we have to address all audiences. We can't ignore any audience. And so we just have to be choiceful of when we do that, how we make it all work within our budget. Our budget hasn't grown threefold. So we have to think about times of year when we're communicating what. Certainly there is a huge emphasis towards gift giving in the holiday season. I mean, we do have a fairly seasonal business, even though last year we had a very steady business throughout the year. But for the most part, toys see a bump in sales in the holiday fourth quarter. So we certainly put a lot of energy towards gift givers at that point. But at the same time, we've got to reach kids in advance so they ask for the gifts and get the toys on the holiday wish list. So it's constant kind of juggling. And then I would say we also have a philosophy around always on communication. We use a lot of our social platforms to make sure we've got an always on conversation with all of our audiences, including more societal fans that may not even be purchasing product, but are part of the Barbie conversation and have opinions.
Right. Yeah. So what's going to be the hot new toy for the holiday season?
Well, again, I can't share that yet, but what I can share is the innovation doesn't stop. We have a philosophy at Mattel that's called design-led innovation, and the work that's coming out of the team is just incredible. So you're going to see a lot of new introductions from Barbie in the holiday time, as well as, again, this new product launch and new social mission platform that we're announcing tomorrow. So stay tuned.
Great. Any other Mattel brands or toys that you want to share some marketing plans and how maybe that compares with what you're doing with Barbie?
Well, an interesting product that's, again, seen a great surge over the past year is Uno, the Uno card game. Mm-hmm. Again, been around for decades, and we love Uno at Mattel. And what's been really fun to see is how Uno has evolved with the times and is also starting to play with partners Uno's done a lot of really interesting executions with artists, with Black cultural experts. They've done some really interesting projects supporting the blind community. We had Uno Braille come out last year, and we just celebrated Pride Month, the beginning of Pride Month, with a really interesting Uno card game. So the stuff that they're doing with that brand, with these collaborations to ignite cultural conversation, is really impressive.
Yes, I wasn't aware of that for Uno. You had mentioned at the beginning of the pandemic, you really thought that the games were going to be the big seller, right? So talk a little bit about, you mentioned before about your team and the pivoting that was done there to really kind of make the shift for what was available and what the marketing was around the different toys for the times when everybody was, at home.
Well, again, we rallied as an organization, around a large message for Mattel that basically said to families and kids, play is not canceled. So even though you're at home, you might be away from friends, there's still, fun to be had, light and levity to be had. And, not only did we promote some of our family activities and games, but we also provided a lot of free content on our website to help parents come up with activities for their kids, as well as tools to talk to them about the pandemic. One of the things that Barbie did was we created a YouTube vlog. Barbie has a vlogger series where she speaks in first person about how she's feeling, what's going on in her life. And she talked about this new normal. She talked about the uncertainty. She was very open and honest, but also, provided some comfort and some teachable moments for kids as well. So that was really effective. So again, definitely wanted to rally around the importance of playtime as a stress reliever and as a bright spot for kids.
Right. So what's the favorite game in the McKnight household?
Oh, well, we love Uno. It's compact. It can go anywhere. Uno is my go-to, especially when we travel. It's a great game to break out with my extended family, the nephews. Perfect when you're waiting for dinner to be served at a restaurant and everyone's antsy. Break out those Uno cards.
Right. Yeah. I bet you're competitive too. So anything else you want to tell us about what's happening with Mattel and coming up here in the next year or so?
Well, just that it's a really exciting time. Again, the toy industry overall is growing. It's great to see families rally around these evergreen brands. And, at Mattel, we're very focused on purposeful play. And the work that we're doing, I think, across the portfolio is really exciting. And our performance is reflecting that.
Yeah, that's terrific. That's terrific. I'm not seeing any other questions here. Are you seeing any additional ones on your end? Anybody have any questions they want to?
I don't see any more.
I don't either. So tell us about some of your other roles at Mattel. I know you've been on the Barbie brand for a while, but in their 22-year career, what would you say is another one of your favorites?
Well, I really enjoyed the consumer products division of Mattel, which is where we take our IP, so Barbie, Hot Wheels, Fisher-Price, and we license it out to third-party manufacturers. So folks that make apparel, accessories, bicycles, you name it. And what I liked about that job was, again, it forced you to be able to articulate the benefits and the power of these respective brands, because we had to work with partners to want to make product reflecting those brands. So that was really fun. It was also exciting to learn about other categories and other industries. And it was exciting to see the power and the potential of our own brands and IP. And extending that reach into categories beyond toy.
I'm sure you've seen a lot of development over the course of your time there. So I think we're just going to wrap early. wrap up a little bit early, unless there's something else you want to share with us.
I think I'm good. Thanks, Lisa. It's been a fun discussion.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you so much. Hi, Davina.
Hi, guys. Great job. I love it. So a few takeaways. And by the way, full disclosure, Lisa, we are a Barbie American Girl doll household. I have a 12-year-old daughter, and she has every single movie possible there. So
great. I love it.
Yeah. So of course, then some of the takeaways that I appreciated was, Barbie is a brand that is timeless, but you also have to be timely. Really appreciate the idea of closing the dream gap. It's such an important mission. And so I love that. And then the importance of playtime as a stress reliever and bright spot for kids. I think that's also for adults as well. Yeah. So
absolutely.
Okay. So a fun fact, let's see. So in 10 years ago, the American Girl Doll of the Year was Kanani. And she loves to help others and has the aloha spirit of Hawaii. Fast forward to 2021 and it's Kira. And I found it interesting that Kira, while she fosters kittens and she's into pets, that she also faces some challenges dealing with family health scares. So very time appropriate. The other thing that was popping when I was kind of Googling is that e-commerce sales grew by 50% with Barbie in 10 years ago. So, and that the sales overall grew by 86%. But Barbie Dream House was the 4th fastest selling toy. And you said it's the number 1, right? This year?
Yeah, number 1 last year in the US. Yeah.
Last year. Yeah. So huge. Yeah. That's awesome. That shows progress. And it must be because they have a garage now. I saw that I used to have a dream house and now I guess they have a garage in the dream house. So there you go. In addition to COVID. Well, great. Well, thanks for your time. And we look forward. I'm going to announce the next speakers, but we look forward to seeing you soon, Lisa. So the next speaker is Jackie Woodward. She's the Chief Marketing Officer for Bojangles. And maybe she's not coming yet. Oh, there we go. Yes. And let's see, she's going to be joined by Lisa Nicolai, who is the leads client partnerships at Ampersand. Hi, Jackie. How are you?
Great. Good afternoon, Davina and everyone. Hope everyone's doing well today.
Yes. Yes.
Has it been a great day so far?
It's been fun. Yeah. I think we've had speakers from Volkswagen, Kimberly from Volkswagen, and we also heard from Frito-Lay, and then most recently from Mattel, and everyone's sharing with us kind of, what's happened the last 10 years and, what's happening forecast for going forward, just to celebrate brand innovators. So thanks for joining us. We're excited to hear about Bojangles. So
it's great to be here. You may or may not know, I don't know if the guys told you, but I'm one of the very first brand innovator sessions took place at Miller Coors when I was running marketing connections at Miller Coors. So I've been a supporter for 10 years. And
I think I love that. I think that's such a fun fact, Jackie.
It's really cool to see how far this enterprise has come and how much good it has done and so much inspiration it has given our industry over the last 10 years. So congratulations to everyone at Brand Innovators.
Yay, Brand Innovators. And yeah, I think it's totally fitting that you were able to join us on this celebration of the 10 years.
How about it?
Yeah, those are pretty awesome. And I've been looking forward to this all day. Honestly, this is like the best part of my day, getting to spend 40 minutes, give or take, with you. So I really appreciate your time. Before we dig in, I wanted to do just a couple of what I thought were interesting facts to level set. I know you and I have been in this business together for a while, and our paths have crossed in various places. So I looked back at 2011. I was like, let me get my head around what was going on in 2011. And a couple of fun facts: Harry Potter, Deathly Hallows Part 2 was the #1 movie. Games of Thrones launched. Facebook was only 7 years old. Started in 2004. And then my favorite was the US cell telephone that were actually smartphones were 30% So 30% of all cell phones were smartphones in 2011. Today, 85% are smartphones.
And what I remember about 2011 is I was in the beer business at the time, working at Miller Coors, and 2011 was the year that Coors Light overtook Bud Light. Or sorry,
remember that.
Coors Light was the year Coors Light overtook Budweiser as the #2 beer brand in the country, which was a huge, amazing feat for that brand. So I have lots of friends at ABI now because I served on the board of a company that was acquired by them. So, you know, no disrespect to my friends at ABI, but it's a competitive business. And that was a huge, huge year for Coors Light.
I actually remember that. It was huge. That was a big deal. That was a big deal.
It was.
So welcome, and we'll get started. You know, when you and I chatted before, which I really enjoyed, and I think I'm going to impose on you to have those chats every once in a while because I really just enjoyed it so much. And I'm looking forward for us to share that with the greater audience. But when you and I thought about, let's talk about what it was like and kind of where we are now and how you're seeing the future, your take on it, which I love, and was let's talk about what's not going to change. You know, as we look at marketing and media and this business, what isn't going to change? So let's start with that. Tell us what you think is not going to change.
Yeah, well, I think you have to start there because it's too, because otherwise you wind up chasing shiny objects and going after things that might or might not be completely baked or proven with the consumer yet. I mean, you have to take risks, but you can't forget where we came from. And so, and here's what I believe about that. I say all the time, you know, fundamentally, the role of marketing hasn't changed in decades. Our role is to create demand. So despite all of the industry discussion over the last several years over what our titles are, is it growth? Is it brand? Is it demand? Is what should we be called? Is not what matters. What matters is what we do, and that is create demand. And that's been true ever since the discipline existed. Why did people advertise in the first place? To create demand, to shift share. You know, it's proven in countries, this was true in the beer business, in countries where retail is regulated and advertising is regulated, is when you do not see share shift. That's because there's no marketing. That's because you're not creating demand. And so it starts with creating demand. Now, for me, creating demand means three things. First of all, and these also haven't changed and will never change. Number one is about understanding your consumer better than anybody else. In fact, maybe even better than they understand themselves. Number two then is finding those ideas, those sparks. What is it that within those insights that you know about consumers, what you know better than anyone else, what is it that is the idea that you can come up with that will resonate with them and make your brand feel like a part of their lives, that you understand them, you get them, and you've got solutions that fit their lives. And then the third thing is to execute those ideas with excellence, with fun, with passion, in profitable ways, in ways that are compelling to get it on the shelf or to get the feet in the door. So it's all about creating demand, understanding consumers, coming up with those ideas, and then executing them flawlessly in order to bring those ideas to life and that understanding to life. That'll never change. That's what we do.
And I love that. I love that definition and that explanation. And it fits across wherever you happen to be sitting from your perspective. So those are the things we understand fundamentally for you are not going to change, whether you're sitting as CMO at Bojangles or somewhere else in your career. So what do you see changing? I think you and I, the way you positioned it to me when we first spoke was, you know, the what you just described is not going to change, but the how, in other words, how you build that and how you're getting there, all of that is in play, and especially coming out of what we just experienced.
For sure.
So, you know, let's start off talking about, I was putting off having lunch, although I know when you start talking about your food, I'm gonna get really hungry. But let's start talking about, you know, the how, what's changed for you, you know, being at Bojangles or just in general.
Yeah. Well, and so I would just put this at the opposite end of the spectrum of what will never change is it's all changed. in many respects. I mean, it's kind of all changed, but that can become overwhelming, and then you get paralyzed and you don't know what to do. And I guess, for me, it boils down to a couple of things that are consumer trends that many have identified, but I think are really important to talk about today. The first one is, I think the ANA or someone declared the word of the year last year in 2020, pivot. I actually don't think that's the word of the year. We did a lot of it, but I think the word of the year is accelerate.
Oh, wow.
I think what happened in the pandemic is a lot of things that were percolating just shot up because of the circumstances that people found themselves in, and because of marketers' need to create demand and watching those consumer behaviors and seeing them change so quickly. So I'm not sure, in our business, for example, food delivery. Well, it was there. People were using DoorDash. People were using Uber Eats. They were, I set up the first Uber Eats program at Krispy Kreme in 2016. It's not like that was new, but oh my gosh, kind of like your point about cell phones from 2011. But that was 10 years ago. We're seeing those kinds of shifts happen now in a 12-month time period. So I think there's so many things that are accelerating, and the biggest one, so my second big key takeaway of what's changing is convenience. So suddenly, again, not like we didn't know that consumers wanted more convenience, wanted things their way, the importance of customization, the importance of targeting and really understanding relevance. All of that was there, but that accelerated through the last year, and convenience is now, the name of the game. I mean, you will win if you are the most convenient, if you have the most frictionless experience, and this is in all of retail, not just restaurant. If you have the frictionless experience, if you have what you want when you want it, if you have, the ability to get it any way you want to get it, you're going to win. And so I think, we could talk about a lot of changes taking place in media or in advertising, but really, for me, the change is about the acceleration now that the consumers seem to be on, and particularly as it relates to the importance that convenience will play in their lives.
Yeah, I think we've gotten a taste of the convenience, to your point, brought on by the pandemic and the inability to go and come and go as we please. I liken it a little bit to like when we first got microwaves, which I'm not dating myself, but when we first got microwaves, and we thought that was so fast. Right. To heat something or cook something in a minute. And now to us, 60 seconds seems like we're waiting way too long.
Right.
So I feel that in the industry, and nowhere maybe in any other industry as more as in the industry that you're in with food. I mean, incredible pressure to be able to meet those demands and those goals. And I think we touched a little bit upon with Bojangles, you guys were kind of already set up. As you said, you have some delivery and you have drive-throughs and that sort of thing to benefit from what might have been a challenge for other places. So talk a little bit about about how did you guys come out of last year, and how are you positioning? Are there things you're going to keep that you picked up along the way?
Yeah. Well, this is kind of the acceleration point, I guess I would say, is, we have this big, beautiful, we call it the Big Bow box right here. And it really is a big box that can fit 8, 12, or 20 pieces of fried chicken, 2 sides, we call them fixins because we are a Southern brand, and a half gallon of tea, all in one box. I mean, it is a meal to go, and it's been around right about 10 years. It was founded the Big Bow box came to be in 2010. So that's fitting for today. So it's been around. Well, all of a sudden now, it turns out that this is, first of all, it's comfort food. Secondly, it's at a great price. Feed a family of 4 for $20, including the tea, including your choice of sides, and which nobody else does. And you can get it through a drive-through window or on delivery. So all of a sudden, what has been a great icon and a wonderful business for this brand became an accelerated business for this brand, and really helped us figure out that, you know, this is a place where we can really double down is on our dinner business. So, you know, another example would be delivery. We had planned, we were ramping into delivery when COVID hit last year, and we launched it in 6 weeks. And it's been very good for our business, because guess what? This box travels. So all you do is put the safety cords on it, and it goes. And moms tell us that having that full meal to serve their family feels more like a family meal than everybody choosing their own a la carte, whatever it is. Everyone's eating the same thing. It's home cooked food, which, by the way, at Bojangles, it really is. We don't own a microwave, Lisa. We have no microwaves in our kitchens. Everything is cooked from scratch. And so, you know, it really is, even our coleslaw is made in-house. So it really is a home cooked meal. And like I said, talk about having crown jewels that just suddenly played into what really mattered to consumers. This is the point. Understand them. What is it that they need better than anyone, and then execute those ideas flawlessly. We were pleased with the results.
That's great. It's great to be on the upside of some of that acceleration, you know, and not having to pivot and try to catch up. So, and then being able to keep those trends moving forward. One of the things in the how of what is changing, especially in our industry, which was another interesting thing I looked at from 2011, that, you know, social media was like a very small, if even mentioned, right? And now it's become a bigger conversation and is affecting media as a whole.
Right.
I'd love to hear your take just on, you know, the whole influencer thing is new. Like, you know, back in 2011, there was no discussion about an influencer. Right. So talk about how you're thinking and your media plans, or do you think about the social space, or how are you incorporating that?
We absolutely do, and in fact, it's one of the questions in the chat about incredible innovation across all industry, innovative ways we're connecting to consumers today. You know, it has a lot to do with influencers and social media. So, for those of you who don't live in one of our 10 states, Bojangles is a 40-year-old chicken and biscuit brand that does have a drive-through window, so we're a QSR, but we're not, because of how we make our food. Like I said earlier, really, it's our chicken is hand breaded. Our biscuits are made from scratch, and then we have these wonderful things like country ham and pimento cheese, and you know, so we're a little bit different kind of restaurant than traditional QSR because of our food. It is also very flavorful. We are unapologetic about our bold flavors, and that was what our founders originally intended, was a place that people could love the food, but get it at a great price, great speed, great value, and that's where we have doubled down today. But where the innovation comes in, and to your point about influencers, is as a result in our core markets. I mean, we're really a passion brand. Those of you who may have gone through the Charlotte airport or the Atlanta airports and had Bojangles there, perhaps, or you've come to the North Carolina shore and had Bojangles. I mean, people in our core markets are passionate about our flavor and about our food. And so that's just the perfect environment to have passionate people talk about our Bo brand. In fact, our slogan for 10 years has been, "It's Bo time." And you hear people say that around here, you know, just normal folks talk about Bo time and what that means to them. It's all about spicing up the family occasion just a bit. And so, how do you take that and turn it into something meaningful and organic and engaging? Is about talking to our consumers and getting more of them. So social is the perfect place to do that, for Bo time to come to life. And over the last year, 18 months ago or so, a guy named Gary Vaynerchuk joined our board. So some of you, if not all of you, know who Gary is. Very, you know, accomplished and an incredible thinker in the social space and in many other spaces too, wine and NFTs and sports memorabilia and a lot of, and the New York Jets. But he and his team have really helped us think through how we tap into that passion and how we use our media both owned and paid, to create earned media that that really continues to drive and creates kind of a flywheel of what that Bojangles passion is all about. So, you know, I inherited a brand that was I've been here a little over 2 years, that was 98% television and worked very well for us for many, many, many years. And I'm not going to tell you what we are today because we're private, but we're not 90%, 98% television anymore. And a lot of that has to do with how we're bringing that passion to life.
Yeah, well, 98 is a big chunk. Well, that's great, and I love the way that you're thinking about and tying in social and making the brand, you know, taking a fun brand and expounding on that, and then being able really from your position, which is I just think it's so much fun to be sitting at a brand like you have with overseeing all the control. Like you don't have it all siloed. It's something that you can get your hands around and be a part of all of those pieces so that you start to have a holistic view.
Right.
But it's really interesting and fun to watch how you're executing that. Because to your point, understanding your consumer as well as you do, having all those things that are not changed and embracing the things that are changing, it does take some nerve to lean into new areas, right? That's a new avenue, a new path. It's test and learn. It's that sort of thing. So with your experience from coming from bigger brands, do you find more freedom?
Oh yeah, for sure. But I was going to tell you, this is the book I'm reading right now. Can you guys see this? Let me see.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Feel the fear, do it anyway.
I can't see myself on here, so.
Yeah, we can see it.
See it? There it is. Feel the fear and do it anyway. So, you know, it's all about
words to live by.
Words to live by, right? And apparently I just heard about it about a month ago. It's been in existence for 20 good years, but I'm really enjoying it because it's a reminder of exactly what you said, Lisa, is sometimes it can be a little scary, but you know what? Do it anyway. Do it anyway.
Nice. And you know, I think it's then you have the learnings, whether it's a success in your eyes or not, you have a learning from that, and then you can step out and again.
Right. So back to your question about big brands versus small versus a brand of this size. Yeah, I mean, that's first of all, I'm here because of our incredible leadership team. Jose Armario is our CEO, and Jose and I worked together when I was at McDonald's. He was president of Latin America at the time. So, and there's a couple of other former McDonald's people here too. So it feels a little bit like getting the band back together. But Jose is just an incredible leader, a very humble and humble and kind leader, but make no mistake, fire in the belly for winning and for getting the business right, both for our company stores as well as our franchisees. We are a franchised business, and so you know, their success is our success. But I also, you know, I'm incredibly grateful for my big company experiences at McDonald's and Miller Coors and General Mills, because I learned so much, and because the talent is so incredible. And especially in Miller Coors and General Mills, multi-brand companies where you have to figure out, and in both of those situations, there are, you know, how do you keep these brands from stepping all over one another? You know, really interesting business challenges, and a lot of fun to carry a lot of clout too. In all of those instances, I ran sports and entertainment or media, and you know, there's a lot to be said for big companies and the agencies that they surround themselves with, and the idea factories that come to life. But you know, between Krispy Kreme and Bojangles, you know, you have to be scrappy and you have to do it yourself, and you have to bring the team along with you, and you just have more ability to impact the business and the team. So, you know, I'm in a place now where I can impact the culture here. I can't sit around anymore and say, well, I like it or I don't like it. I mean, I have an impact on what the culture is like and what the team is like. And, you know, I'm finding that I really love these businesses where I can be a big fish in a little pond and really make a difference in the lives of our consumers and the lives of our team members, and work together side by side with just some really excellent leaders.
Yeah, and be a great influencer. I mean, I think that sounds so exciting. And to your point, when you come from those big brands, which listen, those are fabulous as well. To your point, they're fabulous, but you have a lot more restrictions. It's not as, you can't pivot as quickly. So going back to things that didn't change, or even this could fall under any of our topics because you could do it with fearlessness. You've been there a couple of years. What's one of the first things you did when you got there? What are one of the first things, I know you talked about the 98% TV, but what else did you do at Bojangles when you first got on board?
Well, for me, it all starts with the consumer. So you're probably figuring that out by now. It all starts with the consumer, and we didn't have a sharp enough point on who exactly we wanted our consumer, who we wanted to create demand with. Mm-hmm. And so, look, we're a mass brand. We welcome everyone. We have quite a diverse consumer base because we're in rural Carolina towns. We're in big cities like Charlotte and Atlanta and Nashville. So we have a very diverse customer base, whether that's race, whether that's income level, whether that's, occupations and mindsets and ages and, any way you want to cut it. But I've always believed that you have to know who you want to be for somebody. Otherwise, you're nothing to nobody. And so we had to really define that. It wasn't clear enough for us to be able to truly execute against that. And so it starts with the consumer. So worked with a fantastic agency out of San Francisco, Sterling Brands. Some of you may know them. They had done similar work for me at Krispy Kreme. And so it was an easy get. I was really pleased with them and knew immediately they could come in. They knew me, they knew how I worked, and I knew them and had a lot of confidence in our ability to move fast to be able to make this happen. And so, because I started on April 8th, and on July 8th, exactly 90 days later, I had to stand up in front of 800 or so of our best and most admired and fabulous franchisees and have a point of view. Yeah. And so we had to move fast, and it started with the consumer for me. And then we start to move through the marketing model, the big bow box and the brand and my flag you see behind me, the brand identity of Bojangles had not been worked on in 40 years. So, if we're going to look more modern and up with the times and up to date and be a part of consumers' lives today, we have to look like that too. And so, we started taking those steps. That takes time, as you know. I've still got an old cup here because we haven't completely flown through all the packaging yet. But, it was important to get that visual identity to start to make a statement with our consumers. And frankly, with our franchisees and with our crew members, you want them to have products that they're proud to sell. Mm-hmm. And when customers say, oh, that looks cool, or, oh, I love my big bow box, they're proud too. And that matters as well.
Awesome. So you made a little change, did you not, to the logo? Do you want to talk about, because I love the story of if you want to share the story about the.
Well, sure. So, we're not a brand that seeks a lot of attention because we just want to do great work and be a great business and a great place to work. But about a year ago, one of the Charlotte media outlets discovered our new packaging and called and said, hey, what's up? Because like I said, around here, it's bow time is a part of culture, and big bow boxes are a part of people's lives and what they bring home for dinner. So we got noticed, and so we said exactly what I just said. We're making sure that we're up with the times. It's still Bojangles, and so we hope you like it. And what they pointed out was, in the old design, because once upon a time it used to be Bojangles chicken and biscuits, now it's just Bojangles. So there was all of you grammarians out there, where did the apostrophe belong for Bojangles chicken and biscuits? It belonged after the S, right? Bojangles apostrophe, because it was, possessive, chicken and biscuits. Well, once we dropped that, we no longer needed the apostrophe. And it had kind of become superfluous anyway. And oh my gosh, this reporter couldn't get over the fact that we had dropped the apostrophe. So,
I just think that's hysterical. That
what it shows you is what a passion brand it is around here, is that people notice that we dropped the apostrophe, for Pete's sake.
And
Wow.
it speaks to be what you were saying about taking those risks. When you come in a 90-day period or a year to a legacy brand of 40 years and suggest making that kind of change, it plays to the strength of being the size of the company that you can respond and actually do that, rather than wait for 4 years for that to be approved. So I just think it was a bold move, but it seems to have served you well.
Well, I thank you. I appreciate that. I guess what really matters is in any of these transformations that I've been a part of, and I've been a part of a lot of them, is you go back to what made you famous in the first place. It's bow time, and Bojangles' passion came from somewhere. Really, it came from the food. And so, making sure that our packaging, that our graphic standards, that our brand is living up to our food and is celebrating our food, once you figure out what made you famous in the first place, I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's a lot easier to make decisions as long as you've got that as your true north.
Yeah, you've got a brand identity as your North Star. And adding to that, when we spoke about you understanding your consumer and your brand and really bringing that together, I think the next step that I found interesting, especially from your perspective, is your competitive set. The thing that we talked about, again, that's not going to change is you've got to understand who your competition is.
Yeah.
And for you guys, it's varied, right? Talk a little bit about that, how you think about competitive space.
Yeah. So we are another place where we're fairly unique in this industry is that we truly have 3 day parts. So I mentioned earlier that we make our biscuits from scratch every day, every hour if we need to, which in the mornings we do. And so, in fact, we do about 40% of our business before 11 a.m., which is when our chicken competitors are opening their doors. So, but then we also have a robust lunch business, as everyone in QSR does. And then we've got this big bow box dinner business. So if you think about the QSR competitive set, there are guys who are good at breakfast and lunch. There are guys who are good at lunch and dinner. It's hard to be good at all 3. But it's interesting, Lisa, when you and I were chatting last week, I mentioned to you, I have an addendum to that comment, which is that I mentioned to you, I have kept on my desk and glance at fairly frequently a Harvard Business Review article from March that's called 10 Truths About Marketing After the Pandemic. And one of those is relevant to this question. It sets up these 10 truths as an old truth and a new truth. And so the old truth is you are competing with your competitors. And the new truth is you are competing with the last best experience your customer had.
Wow.
That really, I told you I was going to go back and review these before our talk today, and I did. And that one really, really resonates with me. Consumer expectations were already on the rise. And you have to, whatever was the last best experience in the restaurant business, whether that was on an app, whether that was in a restaurant, whether that was at an Olive Garden or at a KFC or hopefully at a Bojangles, whatever that last best experience was, is now the expectation for everyone. That's a high bar.
That's a high bar.
But I think it's an important way to think about it.
I think it's a great North Star, right? Whether you're sitting at Bojangles or at Ampersand, it's a great North Star to have to lead your perspective.
Right.
So as you think about the next 10 years, which is really hard for me to get my head around, what do you see as from a macro perspective? Are there changes within the industry of media and marketing per se that you think are going to shift or change, or a trend you feel like is coming?
I read the same things that everybody else reads every day about the continued fragmentation of media and the growing, streaming and moves away from standard terrestrial or cable television, traditional TV, I'll call it, I guess. And, I think that's a trend that's not going to stop. It's that's another one that accelerated. But I think changing media mix, I kind of, grew up in the media world. So I'm focused on this. I love the media world because I think it is the place where today you have to understand consumers better than anyone, because if you don't know what device to find them on or what platform to find them on, you're not going to win. I think just the ongoing media changing landscape is something we will all have to stay on top of. I don't know what it's going to look like in the future, but I know whatever it looks like, we're going to have to be there.
Yeah, and we talked about, a little bit last week about how do we do that? Talking about the first party data that you now have available to you because you guys launched an app that helps you identify your consumer and relate. All those pieces coming together that help you know your consumer better, help you understand that last experience, to your point. And then, the trickier to me part, being with you along in this industry for a while, is how do you plan that? How do you, does it flip the media model from a traditional funnel? How do you think that's impacting how you're planning today?
Yeah, well, maybe I'm just fortunate enough to be working in a small brand right now, but we're very flexible. We use our size to our advantage. We do have franchisees and co-ops, and we have to make sure that we have a fiduciary responsibility to invest their funds wisely and to seek their approval to do so, but we can move really fast. So, actually one of the other questions in here is, has the crisis forced modifications to short, mid, long-term goals? And I would say short, mid, long-term execution as well. I think it has, but I would also say, if you're in retail, and those of you who are in retail, this, I say I get my performance review by our consumers at 6:39 a.m. every day when I get a sales report. So there's nothing more short-term than daily, maybe hourly, but daily. There's nothing more short-term than that. And that is how I've lived in retail environments for a very long time. So of course there are short-term goals in retail. I think the question around how you navigate, and I won't even say balance, I hate that word. Balance assumes everything, both are equal, and I don't think they are. They may equal out over time, but at any given day or week or month, thinking about the long term versus the short term, there are just days when it's all about the short term, and days
all short, yeah, no matter. Yeah.
There just are. And so, but what I do think is this is the true test of leadership right now, is first of all, to make sure that our people are motivated and learning and growing. That's always the job of leadership. But I also think managing and navigating the short term and the long term is more difficult than it's ever been. But we must. It is incumbent upon us to keep an eye on both.
Yeah, I don't know how you win without doing that. It's right. Moving, the acceleration, all the things that we've talked about in the conversation today, all those things point to being able to be nimble and flexible in your planning and your thinking and in your execution.
That's right.
One of the questions I wanted to answer, we've got a few more minutes before, and you've answered a couple of the questions, so that's awesome. When you think about your competitors, and you said, yours are specific day parts. So you have your breakfast competitor, you have your dinner competitor. Do you speak, obviously, different creatives to each one of those? Are you looking at it? How are you thinking about, is it size? Think about that competitive? I'm just interested in how you target that.
Yeah, we do know who visits us by day part, and so we can target them accordingly, and we do. But it's all, at the end of the day, it's still one brand. It's bow time. What does it's bow time mean at breakfast, lunch, or dinner? What does it's bow time mean for a mom versus a single college student? Understanding those differences, and then targeting not just the media, but of course, then what message are you delivering that's going to be most relevant to them? Yes, we think about that all the time. But it all hangs together.
Same brand.
It's one brand, and it's one restaurant. So we don't have the luxury of saying, well, it's a different experience at Walmart than it is at Kroger or Harris Teeter. It's one restaurant, and it has to be a consistent and good, you're competing with the best experience your customer had. So that's what it is.
Yep, I love that. I'm gonna have to steal that. That's a high bar, but I like it. One of the last things as we get towards the end of our conversation that I really wanted you to expound upon was, we talked a little bit about the difference between purpose and passion.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I've read a lot, I've thought a lot about the whole purpose-driven brand movement. I think there's a lot of good there, because I think it makes people think about something more than just what's sitting on a shelf or what's going out the drive-through window today. I tend to think, though, that your purpose needs to come from, again, your customers. And what are they passionate about? So, I talked about moms and big bow boxes. If I've got moms who are passionate about bringing home a real family meal because they don't have time and it's a good value, but they feel fulfilled because they brought home a real family meal, that's my purpose. I don't need to go find a purpose. Our purpose is rooted in what our customers' passions are. If I've got a construction worker, and we've got a lot of construction workers because the South is growing and we are a great value for construction workers, who wants a styrofoam cup, that 32-ounce styrofoam cup full of Mountain Dew to take on the job site, or sweet tea to take on the job site because that styrofoam cup will keep it cold for the day. My job is to find a styrofoam cup that's recyclable. My job is not to say we have to save the planet, so we're not going to do styrofoam anymore. My customer wants that cup. So I have to figure out a way to do both. But his passion is, and we hear this from people, I'm not making this up. I go to Bojangles because my sweet tea is going to last all day long because the styrofoam cup is keeping it cold. And we actually do have ice that deliberately does not melt fast so that it doesn't, dilute the beverage and it stays cold longer. Those things matter to my customers. They're passionate about them. So I am too.
I love that. Hi, Davina.
Hi, guys. Sounds like free water bottles, right? For the construction audience.
I don't know. I'm so hungry for chicken and biscuits now. I don't know what
That might be expensive too. Yeah. Jackie, they are so lucky to have you. You have such a great background, and the audience today have really enjoyed listening to both of you. I wanted to just kind of summarize some of the takeaways. So the role of marketing, as you said, it hasn't changed in decades. It's about driving demand. I would add to that, but at least today we can measure the demand that you're driving a little better, right?
Absolutely.
It all starts with the consumer, and we've been hearing that, throughout the day today, but I think it's something that we always need to remember. And that convenience is the name of the game, frictionless experience. We love that at Ampersand. We're trying to do the same for the media industry. And then I was really fascinated with, you're now competing with the consumer's last best experience. And I would almost think too that might even expand beyond just restaurants. It could be last best experience, right? Is that so
sure?
Cool?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if Amazon delivered a great, seamless, get it in an hour experience, then we're going to compete with that too,
Yeah. And the money will follow, right? So
that's exactly right.
And so I'm going to read your book, Feel the Fear, Do It Anyway. Love that. Not your book, but the one that you recommended. And so you guys did a ton of fun facts. I thought I wasn't going to have anything to say, but I did find one for Bojangles. And so 10 years ago, Bojangles announced their 46th location. Today, there's 750 locations with aspirations to open up 3,500, with some in California, I hope, because I'm in California. So there you go. Thanks so much, Jackie and Lisa, and hope to connect with you again in a real live environment at some point. So.
Well, we just launched our app last week, as Lisa said. So for those of you who are in our footprint, please go order Bojangles for dinner.
Love that. Love that.
Thanks, Jackie. Appreciate it.
All right. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Hey, Kurt.
Hey, Ashwin, how are you?
Doing all right. How's everyone doing?
Good, good. I guess we can start. I missed the transition, I think, but glad to see your face live.
Same.
So listen, nobody came on to introduce you. So Ashwin is the VP of Marketing for HEB. You've been the VP of Marketing for 8-9 months, right? But you've been with HEB for 4 years, 4.5 years before that, right?
Yep, about 4 years now.
Cool. So I am Kurt Fogel, Director of Sales at Ampersand. Been here combined 12 years. Had a brief stint at Fox Sports. Hi, Davina.
Hi, sorry guys, a little technical user error there and exited
That's
myself.
all right.
Welcome both
Right.
of you guys.
Thank you.
How are you doing, Ashwin?
Great. How are you?
Good.
Good.
I'll let you guys take it away. I don't want to slow the process, but we're excited to hear about HEB and what you guys are up to. So thanks, Kurt, for hosting today.
Yeah, thanks, Davina.
Thank you.
All right, so Ashwin, I'm as a leader at HEB. I'm not a leader at HEB. You are. I'm excited to hear from you about your strategy and goals that lie ahead. But first, kind of for everybody's benefit, I'm looking at your background. I see after you graduated Plano Senior High School with 2,000 of your closest friends, you went to UT and got a BS in computer engineering.
Yeah.
And upon graduating UT, you joined Procter & Gamble and their digital e-commerce division, which doesn't have much to do with computer engineering as far as I can tell. And then in 2007, you went to the University of Chicago to the Booth School of Business to study finance, economics, and strategic management while you were at Procter & Gamble. So how did your education at UT, at University of Chicago, well, did it prepare you for your roles in marketing? How did you end up in marketing?
Yeah, no, Juan, thank you for the great introduction. I would say, along with a few other folks here, I'm an accidental marketer. And, if you think back to, I graduated high school in 1999, and it was sort of the height of the startup boom. So I was like, hey, I want to go do one of these things. So the best thing I thought I could do at that point was I have a family full of engineers, and I didn't know of any other thing to do but to go be an engineer. And computers seemed like the right thing to go do. So at that time, I got my degree in computer engineering. And when I got to P&G, I think I was in their core technology group. So my job was to essentially figure out what technologies were BS and what were not, to see what applications it had for the broader enterprise. So everything from high performance computing to you'd be surprised how much computing power it takes to model a diaper, or the other products like that. So that's what I started my career doing. But one of the things that I did get to work on, this was pre-iPhone, early days of the BlackBerry, 2003, 2005, was, hey, we started looking at, because P&G had a global footprint, we started looking at mobile marketing in the US to connect with customers. And as I was evaluating technologies at that point, I got into, okay, this marketing thing is kind of cool. So accidentally got into that somehow at P&G. P&G let me into their marketing department, and off I went. But I would say that I was a terrible engineer. So I was looking for something easier to do. Not to say that marketing is any easier in any way whatsoever, but for me, I wasn't a great engineer and I had to find another career. And given the P&G let me do that, I just sort of stuck onto that. I didn't let it go.
Nice. And that was all up in Chicago, right?
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
Yeah. And I'd say, the biggest thing, right, from my education is probably problem solving. As an engineer, it doesn't matter what kind of an engineer you are. And I'm sure the engineers in the audience can relate to that. The one thing I think you get really good at is problem solving. And there are a million approaches to problem solving, and you learn 500,000 of them when you're an engineer. So that is, I would say, the biggest sort of advantage or benefit that I've gotten from my education per se. I did not take a single marketing class through high school, college, or MBA. So I learned marketing at P&G.
Wow. All right. Right. I concur. Problem solving seems to be about 75 to 85% of our job these days. All right. So Ashwin, you've been in the marketing business now, media business for 15 plus years, right?
Yep.
So we've seen quite a lot of shift in the media business and in marketing over the last 10 years or so. And in relation to the theme of the 10th anniversary for Brand Innovators, I got a question, but it's in two parts.
Yeah.
Right. So considering how our industry has changed over the last, I don't say 5-10 years even, how is HEB keeping pace?
Yeah.
Okay, that's one. And then just taking a step back, how is your marketing overall? Do you feel your team has been successful? Kind of what lies ahead for you guys?
Got it. So I'd answer it in two ways. I think despite, all the media changes, I think media has been changing for a lot longer than 10 years, right? I mean, it evolves over time. It evolves with the technology of that time period, right? And essentially what that means for the customer is that attention spans are different. Attention is fragmented. So you go where the attention is. But throughout that, regardless of what the media channel is or where attention is, I think the most important part in all of that is you're creative in the sense that, are you able to get someone's attention in a way that's valuable to them? And if I think about HEB over the years, what we are known for is they're creative in the sense that, 5 years ago and 10 years ago, it was their television commercials. And, we are a regional company. We serve Texas. Our purpose is to improve the lives of Texans. We punch, way above our weight class on a global scale. And the reason why I say that is, one example is that if you think about what we've done with our Spurs commercials, we sponsor the San Antonio Spurs, who are the hometown team here, along with professional sports in Houston and other places. A lot of our commercials, again, this is, 5, 10, even like a few years ago, was being used by the NBA and the NFL as examples of how other teams can activate their sponsorship with professional teams by the league office. And that was an example of creative shining through for that particular medium. So as media changes, I think the biggest challenge for us is, okay, now you literally have 2 seconds to get someone's attention, whether it's on TikTok or Facebook or Instagram. How do you make sure that your creative still absolutely stands out, regardless of the medium, whether it's audio from a podcast standpoint or video from a streaming or TikTok standpoint? If your creative doesn't stand out, it doesn't matter. Now, getting to better creative, I think you have a lot more things at your disposal. So that's where you use data to see what works and what doesn't work. You use other insights before you go make anything to say, are you on the right track? So the tool set and the capabilities you have to get to make great creative, I think, is a lot more than where it was 10 years ago. But ultimately, you got to find a way to add value to customers and do it in a way where, they will stop scrolling on their phone for 1 second.
Right. And I imagine that with the creative, based on depending on the platform that you're going to choose to run it on, your creative changes, right? You're going to have shorter creative, obviously, for mobile, and longer creative for the big screen, right?
It does. And it goes deeper than that, right? If you think about TikTok as an example, half your work is done for you. It's, the trends on TikTok are pretty clear, right? So the question is, creatively, how do you play up to some of the key trends that are running? So versus for Instagram, I think is very different. The same thing that works on TikTok, it's not going to work on Instagram or Pinterest, even, for that matter. So yes, your creative is different by mobile versus television, but even within the various mobile apps, your creative has to be very specific to how people consume that app and consume that medium.
Right. And yet
which is where a lot of our investments are going through now.
Yeah. It's interesting. And we talked about this the other day. As much as my company and my charge is to focus on the media and the data and where your consumers are really watching TV or streaming TV, et cetera. Like you said, it doesn't matter if you find where they're all at if your creative sucks.
Exactly right.
The big topic of the day, obviously, is COVID and the pandemic, right? It's almost built into every conversation we have, it seems.
Yeah.
What are things that have changed at HEB or in HEB's marketing approach since the onset of this pandemic?
A few things I would say. Your decision-making time frame, I think, is a lot shorter than it was before. Where during COVID, we had to make major decisions very, very quickly to react to what was happening. So when products were not on shelf, when we had challenges with supply chain during snowwood here in Texas, or when you had to react to, okay, what is your policy on masks? Like the decisions that we used to make before COVID were typically pretty drawn out for the most part. The time frame for making decisions, I think, shrunk, I would say, by 60-70%, right? What would take you a week or two to make a decision, you're making it in hours, a day at the most, right? So that's one. I think tactically, I think in terms of what we did during COVID, for example, in the grocery industry, in the retail industry broadly, most people send a lot of paper mail out to you. So groceries specifically, you send what you would call a weekly preprint, right? With the weekly specials of the day. And that's been happening for literally 100 years. And most retailers do that. For us, what started with, hey, people don't want to touch paper during COVID. They don't want to touch anything during COVID. So let's stop sending paper. That was, if COVID hadn't happened, right? That is a decision that would have literally taken a year to make, because you'd want to go study it in every market. You'd want to go figure out what the impact is to sales, what the impact is to margin, what the impact is to your perception as a low price leader, all of this stuff. You made that decision literally in like 2 weeks. Say, no, we're not doing it anymore. Off we go. So we had to find a way to reinvest that money into something else. Now, your goal when you do your, something like the weekly preprint, is to drive the price impression to get trips into the store. That objective didn't go away. You had to find a way to get that objective done, but you're just not doing it in print. So that is a very tactical example of things that have changed pre-COVID versus how we operate now.
Right. So you just said, how do we still get people to get in the stores, right?
Yeah.
But at the onset of COVID, nobody wanted to come into the stores, like for a whole different reason. And they were staying at home. For instance, my family immediately started using Shipt, which is in partnership with HEB. We don't have HEB here yet, no. But we buy Central Market all the time and Target as well. So talk about making quick decisions. That's a lot of pressure to almost change the way you're doing business on a dime, right?
Yeah. I think, but you have to react to what's happening, right? That's why I think you can't be tone deaf to say, okay, like people are worried about early on in COVID, we also didn't know a lot of things, right? We didn't know how the virus was being transmitted. Is it from touching surfaces? Is it just airborne? There was a lot of misinformation out there, and it wasn't clear what the science was very early on, right? So we had to react to that to say the last thing someone wants to do at this point is to touch a piece of paper. So that made the decision a little easier. But we haven't gone back to it. We don't plan on going back to it. So we might use it, very surgically in certain places, but you have to react, and you have to see, and you have to read the temperature in the room, in some ways, to figure out what you're doing. So, but from a broader driving people into the store standpoint, that's one thing that we don't worry about as much. We are very lucky to enjoy a ton of market share in the areas that we operate. Our store experience is probably the best retail store experience, and I'll put that up there with anyone anywhere in the world, because our brand, I know the previous examples of Bojangles, in a way, as most Texans know, we are a cult in Texas in a way. Mm-hmm. So because our brand experience and our product experience inside the store is phenomenal. So driving people, when the pandemic was over, driving people back into the store wasn't as much of a concern because you knew people would come back because of who we are. But you have to sort of give them a reason to, you can't just rest and say, yep, they're going to come back. You still have to start playing your game and going on offense once certain things, when it comes to supply chain, when it comes to are we ready to get people fully back? You know, when you make those kind of decisions, then you press play on your offense and go.
Yeah. Would you say you always have to kind of be ready to reinvent yourself, almost like a good entertainer does, right?
I mean, you have to do that every day, right? It's not just reinventing yourself, but you also have to prove yourself every day. And that's sort of how I've always operated is you can't rest for a single day. You just can't take anything for granted.
Yeah. So you mentioned the brand loyalty. It was something that I wrote down that I wanted to touch upon because as somebody that lives in a market where HEB has not yet jumped into the game, right?
Yeah.
However, I think it was just yesterday that you announced that you were going to open up a store in McKinney, Texas, which would be the third in DFW, and people around this part are going crazy. What is it about the HEB experience in store that literally drives that loyalty? I mean, my mom will tell you she loves the big open wide aisles, so she can drive her cart straight down the middle and not bump into anybody.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's quite a few things, right? It starts with price. I think we are typically the lowest priced in most products in any market that we go into. But what we don't compromise on is a few things, right? Our quality is better than most. If you think about who's in that market, our quality is better than most, if not the best in the market. Across our meat products, our seafood products, our produce. The third thing that we do really well is our assortment. So like, for example, with our own brand products, we don't put it out there until it beats a national brand in a performance test. We won't launch it. But you have to build that story and you have to tell that story. It takes a while to tell that story. And then along with that is our assortment of distinctive items. We take pride in bringing products from all over Texas that no other retailer has. But I'd say the biggest thing is every single one of our stores is tailored, meaning that literally you can walk down a store that's a quarter mile away and you'll have differences in assortment. So every single store at HEB is tailored to the neighborhood that it serves. And then combine that with our prices and our assortment and our quality. And then we do a lot of theater in store. So sampling is a big thing that we do in store. We make a lot of products in the store that we sell fresh. So the tortillas are, a great example of people go crazy for. So I think it's a combination of things along with our service from our partners. We call each other partners from an employee standpoint. That I think it's not one thing. It's like 8 things that all add up, and doing that every single day.
Yeah.
And but what you mentioned, right, is okay. There are 2 things. How do you build that when there's a generation that's not going into the store, right? How do you build that loyalty with them? And how do you build it in a new market that doesn't know much about HEB? Those are all, challenges I think we have to work through. I think we have ideas on how we're going to go do that, but it's not like we're bulletproof if we don't continue to improve.
Yeah, it sounds like, because of your market share in the state of Texas, it's like that Kevin Costner movie. If you build it, they will come, right?
Yeah.
So now that you're building them in the DFW
you can't assume
area,
that though. From a marketing standpoint, that's the thing. You like.
If you do, you'll be caught dead, right?
Exactly. So I don't assume that. So you still have to do what you always do well and continue to tell these stories in a way. Now, again, the marketing landscape, as everyone has said, is so fragmented. So, and every single, panelist on here is fighting for the same attention on the same phone screen. So it's a question of you as a customer, what am I going to do differently to get you to pay attention to me versus Frito-Lay or Bojangles or anyone else? That's a challenge that we all face right now.
Yeah. So challenges in the grocery. Talk about challenges in the grocery category overall, and kind of how would you describe the evolution of that space from your perspective?
I think the biggest theme that you're seeing, right, is this concept of convenience. And convenience comes in 2 forms. One is, how do you get your order fulfilled? So with, you shop online, you go pick it up in the store. Like, you pull up to the curb, what we call our curbside business. You have your home delivery business, and there's a lot of competition for home delivery between the retailers, Instacart, Ship, Amazon, Walmart. Everyone's sort of trying to figure out how do you make that work. And then the third part of convenience is meals, right? Ready-made meals that are fresh, that are not, we're not talking about lean cuisine microwave meals. We're talking about fresh meals that are ready to go, that takes your cooking time from an hour to 5 minutes or 10 minutes, but yet you still feel like you're getting a fresh cooked meal, right? So, and I'd say, so that's one big theme, is that is the biggest evolution that I've seen in the last 5 years, is this evolving need for convenience. So that's one. The second, I think what you're seeing more and more is prepared food in competition with restaurants. So we have, if you think about barbecue, Texas Monthly rated True Texas Barbecue, which we own, and which it's within HEB's, the #1 barbecue spot. Now that's arguable, but depending on how much barbecue you eat, but like you wouldn't expect, and what they didn't rank as #1 grocery store barbecue. They ranked as the #1 barbecue in Texas, which is a big deal. So this concept of prepared meals from a restaurant standpoint, you'll see more and more within grocery stores where that is becoming an option. So we can solve your problem that every sort of person has, right about this time of the day. Hey, what am I going to eat for dinner? What am I going to feed my family for dinner? So how do I, take a trip or two away from you going to an actual restaurant, is a challenge that I think all grocery companies are working towards. And you sort of see that in the evolution of what people are doing. So I would say those are the two biggest sort of battlegrounds, but that doesn't mean price is always a big thing. Your assortment is always a big thing. So there are fundamentals that you can't ever lose, but the evolution of how convenience shakes out, and what does the prepared meals and restaurant food look like? I think that's another one.
Right. All right. So let's take a step back. We've been talking about a lot of different things. Thinking of the HEB brand overall, what do you do to keep it strong? I mean, we talked about reinventing yourself a lot. What are you going to have to do over the next 5 years to keep that HEB brand the #1 share in the state of Texas?
Look, it starts with the experience that customers have with HEB, right? There's nothing I can say from a marketing standpoint that customers eventually won't figure out if it's BS. So, we are the largest private employer in the state of Texas. So we have 135,000 plus partners that work for HEB. It's what they do every single day inside our stores that matter most. How are we serving our customer? Because Kurt, as you know, our #1 sort of marketing vehicle is actually the brand, the fan love, the brand love that we get in our communities because of what the experience is through our products, through the stores, through online. So I think we got to continue to make sure that we innovate there, and we don't take a step back there. I think #2 is, how do you continue to highlight the key stories to tell? And this is where, from a core marketing standpoint, my job is to figure out what are the right stories that resonate, that everyone should to hear about, or everyone should see, right? What are the right, who are the right partners that can help me get, reach the right customers at the right time. So there's an element of personalization in terms of how do you story tell the right story to the right person. There's an element of, from a mass storytelling standpoint, what are the main stories that I want people to know about in a world where people can't pay any attention to anything anymore. So we have to, and that flows from what our experiences in the stores for customers every day. There's a ton we do around the community that, again, if you go back to our purpose, right, it's helpful that we are a private company because we can choose to make less money to invest in the things that we want to. Improving the life of Texans is something that's been with us for the last 120 years. So in that sense, because we are a Texas first, Texas only company, we get a ton of credit because we do this, not because it's a marketing thing. We get more credit than FEMA when it comes, and the state resources during times of disasters and hurricanes. That is not a purpose marketing thing, right? That is, we live in these communities, our partners live in these communities. We need to serve our own communities, and that's why our response is what it is, that we're known for it. So as long as we continue to take care of Texans, I think my job is to figure out what are the right ways to tell that story and what are the right platforms to tell that story. Yes, there's a lot of math involved there as well in terms of figuring out CPMs and efficiencies and connected TV. And ultimately, those are all sub bullets under the broader umbrella of what are people going to care about and what are people going to pay attention to. And figuring that out, I think, is probably the biggest thing, especially as attention spans dwindle.
That's a great message. You have to take care of your communities first. You don't hear that from a lot of companies, right? So you guys are Texas strong through and through, Texas first and Texas only, but you have dipped your toe outside of Texas before. I don't know that it has held, right? So are there plans for expansion outside of Texas?
Well, we have stores in northern Mexico, but it's it's a separate sort of division. It's not like we share a ton of resources. So it's we have, I think, if I'm not mistaken, between 60 and 70 stores in northern Mexico. But for now, in the U.S., it's Texas only. And there's a lot of room to grow with Dallas-Fort Worth, which we are super excited about expanding into. There is a lot to grow in Houston and Austin. I mean, Texas as a whole is growing. There is a lot to do here, and there's a lot of room to get to our financial goals just by staying in Texas. So the focus is Texas.
Yeah, well, and expanding into DFW, what other markets are there that in Texas that you haven't gone into that you might see up on the dashboard?
Well, the only other one outside of DFW is El Paso, which is way out there. So we hear people asking.
They count too.
So right now the focus is on DFW next. But again, our goal is to make the lives of Texans better. So you have to slowly figure out how do you serve every corner of Texas. It's the right time to get into DFW for us, so which is sort of what we're going into.
When you go into markets, for instance, you're going to come into the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, which has central markets spread throughout. Is there some sort of competition between the two?
No, I think we serve different. Our company, yes, central markets are part of HEB, and to be clear, they have been in Dallas for 20 years, so we have a lot of learning from them on the Dallas-Fort Worth market. But no, they serve a different customer, and they serve. If I think about the purpose of the core essence of Central Market, it's about the food experience. It's for the foodies, and they innovate when it comes to food trends. They are. We learn a lot from them in terms of what's coming up from a food standpoint. But there isn't, I would say, competition per se between us. I think we serve different folks.
As far as I recall, I don't remember seeing the barbecue in Central Market.
I haven't been into a Central Market in a few months, so I don't know.
So you've talked about there are two different customers, one for Central Market, one for HEB. And I don't want to talk about Central Market too much.
Yeah.
I want to find out who is your customer, because when we, on our side of the business, we talk about the grocery category, everybody is your customer. Who doesn't grocery shop, right?
Yeah. Well, you're right. So if I think about HEB, right? So part of our strategy, if you compare it to others, is that because every single one of our stores is tailored, we serve folks who are on SNAP and food stamps to people who are very, very, very well off, right? So they're like, we serve HEB, the core HEB brand serves every single Texan across the entire economic spectrum. And that's why stores are very tailored, products are tailored. If I think about Central Market, they're focused on the customer where the customer is not price sensitive. They are focused on the customer who really, really, really wants the upscale food experience, who are into food trends, the foodies, right? So there's a difference in who we serve and how we serve them in terms of the products that are carried. There isn't a ton of overlap between HEB products and Central Market products. So that is a difference as an example.
Yeah. Well, everybody I've talked to, friends of mine that are in Dallas, but transplants from, say, Houston or San Antonio, they can't wait because they all talk about the HEB products, your own products, right?
Yeah.
So when you say one's for foodies and one maybe not, it sounds like a lot of foodies are excited for the HEB brand to come.
Well, we're excited to go up there. Again, we have a lot of learnings from Central Market, so it's going to be a battle, no doubt.
Right on.
Very cool. Well, thank you both for a great conversation and for closing out our day, the second day of the 10th anniversary for Brand Innovators. Some common threads. So, which basically, Ashwin, you hit all the common threads that were kind of coming through and all the from the speakers today. I think the first one really that came from Jackie is marketers. One constant for them is driving demand, which Ashwin, you've been talking about. But the key thing is now we can measure that, right? We couldn't measure that before for everything. Importance of brand purpose and driving consumer insights, taking care of Texas first came through with what I heard from you guys, which is awesome. And then competition redefined as the consumer's last best experience. And that could be the last grocery store or convenience store they were in or the last restaurant. And then, through and through putting the consumer first, and we at Ampersand, that is a big focus for us, which is the importance of a solid audience strategy that circles around the consumer to follow them along their journey, as Kimberly mentioned earlier from Volkswagen in our day. So with that, I wanted to kind of circle the wagons on the conversation I started at the beginning of the day, which is our mission at Ampersand to empower brands to reach consumers across all screens. And I have more fun facts to share specific to this effort. So at Ampersand, as I mentioned, we optimize national TV campaigns by leveraging our proprietary viewership data to create audiences of underexposed TV viewers, combined with other important attributes to target those viewers. So as a fun fact generated from the insights from Ampersand, on average, effective reach for any given brand is 14% for national TV campaigns. When we incorporate Ampersand media to optimize that national TV, we have demonstrated that we'll increase the effective reach by 10 to 18%. And if a brand is getting efficient, effective reach on a regular basis, it does drive business outcomes. And we've seen on average that we can, through Ampersand media, that we could drive web visitation or sales lift by 20 to 30%. So there you all, save you for many more fun facts. We hope that you'll all join us tomorrow, June 10th, for day 3 of the Brand Innovators 10th anniversary, 10-year outlook. It's at 12 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be joined by other brands, big brands like American Eagle Outfitters, Blank Fitness, Current, Pernod Ricard,